and this one is called Passion Fruit Hurricane. And I ain't gonna lie, the shit's honestly pretty good.
Passion fruit hurricane sounds good.
Passion Fruit
Is
Hurricane.
is it trying to imitate like the actual drink? Because hurricane is a drink that's popular.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think it is.
Ah, gotcha.
What's a hurricane again?
I have no idea. It's
An
it's a New
actual
Orleans
neural.
drink. I have no idea. I just know that they love hurricanes down there. It's like a
Could have swore
slushy
it was
type
like.
thing.
I was gonna say. I know it's rum, but I could have swore it's like rum with something else, not fucking passion fruit for sure.
No idea. I know it looks
Oh,
like
it actually is passion fruit.
red-ish, like pinkish, reddish type drink.
It's it's rum with passion fruit syrup and lemon juice.
That sounds good. On
I'm
a
pretty sure
hot day in New Orleans.
they're supposed to use like a fucking seltzer to go with it as well.
Mm.
I thought I could be crazy
Mm.
because it's a pretty big drink. And I
Yeah.
mean, for only a shot or it's 2 shots of rum because you're supposed to use a dark rum and a light rum, but like they must be using something else. But it's not fucking telling me in the ingredients. Probably because like it's like a drink of your choice, I would assume, and then you just mix it with these ingredients.
I know all of this because I've watched Practical Jokers when they were in New Orleans. When I was like 12 years old, and they were getting fucked up on hurricanes.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Is it just like canned Captain Morgan
It's
or?
canned. Yeah, it's just canned. I've never seen it before because I've never seen Captain Morgan have like a canned drink like this
Yeah,
before.
I guess they're keeping up with the times. I know Jack Daniels likes doing that these days. The canned drinks.
Trying to figure out what's actually mixed in this because it doesn't contain rum as it very much says in the fucking front.
I Who knows?
It's a malt. It's a malt.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I'm not surprised. But I figured I'd look because you'd be surprised. A lot of White Claws, surprisingly, have like fucking vodka and shit like that in them. I'm
Yeah,
like, really?
yeah. Dude, White Claws, they get a funny rap, but they slap, all right? Like I love me a White Claw, even though it's like the most like
I
white girl
shit you
drink to
not.
drink. I love me a
No
White
joke.
Claw.
Was about to buy just a case of the peach White Claws because I fucking those things are honestly pretty good.
They're
But
so
then I saw
good.
this there and I'm like, I've never had these before. I want to give these a shot.
Interesting. I
I,
fuck. What is it
I can
called?
already tell you won't like them. I feel like they're too sweet for your taste. Just
Yeah. I had this one canned drink. I forgot what I'm thinking about. It's the alcohol that tastes like a cactus. Like it's the most like
Torture.
deserty. Like it tastes like I'm drinking like a cactus. Like it's that like plant type taste. You know. I forgot what I'm thinking. Like I don't know the name of the alcohol, but I had like a canned version of it, and that was pretty good.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. White Claws. White Claws.
White Claw.
You can,
White Claws.
we're talking when we get to White Claws.
Fucking love peach White Claws. I forgot how much I like peach White Claws.
They
Like
slap.
specifically the peach flavor, dude. Like that one.
They get
Oh
such a
fucking
funny
god.
rap because everyone's like, that's like the most like white girl drink to drink, but like, bro, they're so good. I think
Okay.
they've transcended because now like all of like the like you know how like men love to listen to like white girls music like Katy Perry and Taylor Swift. Like I think White Claws has like transcended that where all of like the men drink White Claws now.
A White Claw, bruv. Give me one of the White Claws, Dad.
Every time I don't listen to them much, but whenever I watch unsubscribed podcast, that's like their main drink on that fucking table is White Claws, and that's like the most masculine podcast out there.
Dude, just take the boat out to Tahoe, dude. Get crack up in a White Claw.
What are we doing? Which one? Which one are we feeling?
I don't know. I just kind of clicked on TV and movies here, and
Yeah.
I realized you can look through the categories themselves. There's a
Hmm.
whole big ass category list. Like that's what I just went into is categories.
Yeah.
We have like, let's see, I like how they have one specifically for AMC shows.
I actually like that idea. Going through like the programs themselves. If we know enough, I would like to do like HBO, or like Netflix and stuff like that would be kind of a cool idea.
Actually, did I just see an HBO one? I
I
thought I
you
did.
did you did earlier. I don't know if you know like I don't know if you watched Quentin Tarantino, but I did see a category a list for him, all of his movies on there as you were
I've
scrolling.
seen a whole ton of Quentin Tarantino, to be honest with you.
That's fair. I haven't seen his like really early stuff, but ever since I think the earliest movie I've seen of him was Inglorious Bastards. I've seen everything
Love.
above that.
There's so much Game of Thrones shit in here.
Yeah,
Pretty sure this is the one we did last time.
which is that was insane. I was not expecting to stay up until 3 a.m. that night. Fucking 3 a.m. We got. I don't know. I mean, Game of Thrones was definitely like in my like expertise. Like I'm down to do something more like your style.
Well, when it comes to hmm, hmm, I don't really.
We did mention Walking Dead. All those characters.
We did, but that list was so long, dude.
Yeah, we'll do
I
that next
seriously,
time. I don't want to do like two really long ones back to back.
I think I think I should seriously like go through and like rewatch Walking Dead, which I think I'm more
Yeah.
than willing to do. But I
Hey,
don't think I can remember that many fucking characters.
if you want to do like all Star Wars media, I will commit to like watching everything like to lead up to where we are now. Because I have not watched Star Wars in a long time, and I would be missing out on like
Sure.
Andor and all the recent Star Wars shows. I would not be caught up on. But if you want to do like a Star Wars media one, I would be down to do that sometime.
Pretty sure a lot of these, because I looked through a couple of them, like some of these don't even mention the newer characters. Like if there was anyone, I think like this 120 plus character one, like the big one we do, the other one. I don't think I see.
Well, I was more like, we can do characters. I was more like just talking about like the movies and shows, but
Oh,
and
the actual
games.
media itself, because I know they have the
Yeah,
media ones themselves. Like
yeah, the
I don't
movies
think
and
that's
TV
accurate though.
shows.
16, like doesn't sound right. Yeah, this one doesn't even include the newer ones. It doesn't
Uh,
look
I would like them to if we're gonna do it.
because that one says 15. Well, maybe this one.
Oh, there's
Well,
Boba
this one might
Fett,
actually. This one's Boba Fett.
Bad Batch, Mandalorian.
Doesn't include any of the newer new shit though. Kind of looks like the newest they got is like the Bad Batch. I have been meaning to go watch Endor though, and I haven't watched Ahsoka yet either.
I have not heard good things. Andor sounds amazing though. I have heard great things on Andor.
Because I have like this one says updated to 2024, so this includes that bullshit they fucking released last year. I like how they have the Ewok
Oh, that's
stuff.
cute.
Yeah, this one does have Andor.
Tales of the Empire. I didn't even know that was a thing.
That's actually pretty good. I actually liked that.
Interesting. I'd never even heard of it.
Honestly, if you ever want to do this one specifically, yeah, we can.
Can you
I'll go through and
save it so you know where to go to? Because
I don't think I can save it, but where's the creator name? Or I don't know.
oh, gotcha.
This is just the image.
Gotcha.
I was
But
able to find the fucking creator name. Where's the creator name?
uh, I thought I saw.
I don't know. It's always here, and I know where the
Yeah,
category is. So,
yeah.
oh, this one even includes the shorts and everything, which is funny.
Oh, that's cool.
This includes Lego shorts.
You're gonna force me to watch Lego Star Wars.
Lego shirt. What the fuck is Star Wars roll out? What is this shit?
Expect a lot of F's if I fucking watch all of that.
Bro, we got Baby Yoda. What the fuck even is this? All I see is a little drawing of Baby Yoda. That's fucking hilarious.
I did see that you scrolled past HBO earlier. Netflix. There's Netflix.
There was a Netflix one. Hold up.
Yeah. Let's
What
see
we
what's
got
on
under
it.
Netflix? What's under Netflix?
Smash or Pass. Arcade.
Smash
Hold on.
Smash your pass. Bro. Smash your pass. How the fuck do you have? Oh wait, never mind. They're all. Oh wait, it's all five. It's still. How the hell is there 183 of them in Cobra Kai?
Christ.
What the shit?
Hmm. I thought Netflix would have. Oh, there's the movies and
They have a
shows.
series.
Yeah, series. That's a good idea. I like that idea.
I have to honestly, yeah, I haven't seen a good chunk of these, but I have to watch some other ones.
Yeah, same. Maybe a quarter of these I've watched. But it is a good. I like that idea of doing the programs.
I like how they even have Sick Note in here. It's funny.
The Peaky Blinders.
The show has the guy that plays Ron in Harry Potter.
Mm.
He's literally the main character of the series.
Oh.
It's so weird because like he's always like a side character in anything else he does.
Yeah.
He has a whole show that's just to him. They don't really have much. I just see like a bunch of Alice in Borderland stuff, Stranger Things stuff, and Cobra Kai. Even though that's a weird thing to rank, in my opinion.
Was
Stranger Things.
Was there a Walking Dead season? Like a season instead of.
Let me go back to the AMC one.
You do Game of Thrones seasons.
I think did they have one for Game?
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah, they have a rank a season for Walking
go.
Dead.
That's an idea.
And then, like I said, they also had a character list for only the first 9 seasons, which is one that honestly I could probably do.
65? That ain't bad.
Yeah.
That's as much as I've watched, anyways. I'm down.
Probably won't be perfect, but it's a lot closer than. Yeah, honestly, what's all in this?
I could do that easy.
Yeah, I recognize a good chunk of these.
Yeah. And I like almost all of them. I can't tell.
I like this. Epic, great, cool, or wholesome. Okay, unlikable, but decently cool, and then just straight unlikable. Yeah, we can do this one.
Okay. Could you
go
scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
A little bit more. Can you click on that presentation mode?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I forgot about that last time. I wasn't planning on making a video last time.
Presentation mode.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you. I was not expecting to make a video out of it until like halfway through, and I just forgot to tell you. And editing that video was so obnoxious, seeing the ads constantly. Editing the video.
I am mind blown right now.
Yeah.
You've blown my mind. My mind is blown.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've only had half a drink. Grab my pizza rolls real fast.
I'm gonna be real. Few of these characters I actually like. If we're judging them on the basis of writing, few of them are low for me.
Oh fuck!
I only see a few that I do not like their writing.
I'm gonna eat that dipshit.
Yeah, I think I have a cat at the door.
What a cat in?
What do you want, shithead?
Yeah, they're kind of hot, dipshit.
Mm-hmm.
What shall I do next? I'll drink a pineapple daiquiri next.
Oh yeah, crazy.
I have not eaten anything yet, so I ain't gonna lie. This shit is going straight to my brain.
Jesus Christ.
Tell that cat I'm gonna fucking eat it.
He's gonna eat you. Needy fuck. Alright.
Alrighty. They're starting us off strong in this one.
Yeah. Like, it's like starting with Ned. It's like,
Honestly.
is there a better character in Walking Dead? I don't think so.
I don't personally think there is. In my opinion.
Like, he's just the GOAT. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
He's the absolute best.
the writing of Walking Dead went down the shitter, but I would watch that spin-off show just to see Andrew Lincoln back. You know, like, his acting is superb. I'm shocked he's not in more things, you know?
As somebody who saw the show, his own show,
Yeah.
it was amazing. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. I've heard good things. I have. I just I checked out Walking Dead a long ass time ago just in general, but I would come back just to see my boy Rick again. Rick is the GOAT. Like, there's a lot of criticisms I have on Walking Dead, but it has nothing to do with the character itself. Rick is just, we've been there from the start, you know, and just seeing his journey. I think he peaked like season 5 for me. Season 4 and 5. That was like peak Rick for me. And then just seeing him go back and forth. And some of my favorite moments was actually in season 9. When he had those like flashbacks with Herschel. Like, oh my god. I've been wanting those, like, I've been wanting him to have that kind of similar scene for years at that point, dude. Like, I got very fatigued with how many episodes a season there were. Like, holy shit. Like, I'm much more of, like, a 10 episode a season kind of a guy. And I'm like, these characters, when they die, no one fucking talks about them these days. You know, like, you can go, like, 2 seasons at a time without mentioning a death. And I just found it so ridiculous. It's just death for death's sake at that point. But, having that, like, Herschel was a father figure for Rick, and having that final, like, actual, like, conclusion between those characters, I very much needed for the departure of Rick from the show. And Shane, I mean, having that car scene again with Shane, like, come on. I think I could go on for like an hour on Rick's character, but I don't want to. We started off really strong with Rick. It feels weird, like it's like as if we started with Ned. I think
just everything about Rick I love, dude.
As a character, I don't see a singular flaw. Like, he is, we see like the journey of like the human soul through him. I think like we see like the ups and downs of going through an apocalypse with your family. Like, you see him lose complete faith in his morals, and then him redeeming himself, and then you constantly go back and forth with him. And if you flip perspectives, you can definitely see him as a villain, and I love that so much. Like, you see that if you look at Rick through like Negan's perspective, Rick just showed up and just like murdered like 50 of your guys. You know, like, I love that you can see there's so many different angles of Rick, and I have no complaints. Rick is the GOAT.
Don't think I could agree. It's so good.
We started off really fucking strong.
Everything you said about him is perfect about him. I love the way he starts, and I mean, sadly, we see him die, but I mean, ultimately, or die, you know, in quotations.
I will say,
and then
one
him
thing.
getting.
I wish we got more crazy Rick, because in the comic books he kind of goes really fucking crazy after Lori dies, right? like really, like he actually like gets straight up schizophrenic. And he never really loses that. Like he always is a little like out there ever since, and I really like that about comic book Rick. He, you know, that phone that TV show Rick talks to Lori
Yeah.
through. Comic book Rick keeps that phone, and he just kind of has conversations with Lori every once in a while. Like she's still there for him. And it's a big moment for him when I think he hooks up with Andrea in the comic books, not Michonne. And he like moves on. It's like a big character growth. He leaves Lori, like the phone Lori in the closet, and is like, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to move on for Carl. And it's a really big
Chill here for
moment.
a little bit.
And I don't know. I really like that part of Rick, and we kind of only get that side of Rick very briefly in season 3. But besides that, flawless character. That's just a really nitpick I have.
Never really hits that psychopath mode ever again, does he?
He gets like ruthless, but not like crazy. You know, season 5
Yeah.
he gets cold, but like it's not crazy. It's not. He didn't lose his mind. He's like, I lost Herschel. I lost like my moral figure. That one guy keeping this whole thing together. Like, of course I'm gonna be a little ruthless because the very first people he encounters out there after the prison are cannibals. Like, so it makes sense that he would be a little cautious with meeting people ever since then. But yeah, he doesn't go full on schizo. But yeah, I could keep going, but I don't want to bog it down. Michonne.
Man, we're starting off with the whole fucking starting cast, aren't we? That's not realize it.
Fucking Rick, Michonne, Daryl. Like, how bigger do you want to start? God damn.
I don't know, man.
God damn. I honestly, I watched The Walking Dead when I was a kid, when the show was just starting out. I did not like Michonne starting off. I just thought she was weird. I don't know.
I agree with that. I thought she was really weird. I didn't like her whole thing, like in the beginning.
Yeah, I thought it was too much. I thought it was like, well, the thing was, I didn't know it was it started from comic books. Like looking back at it, I'm like, oh, it makes sense. Like this girl in the wasteland of an apocalypse with a katana. Like that's such a comic book-esque character. Like that screams comic book. So it makes sense. But like, if you separate the TV show and the comic book, it feels a little out of place. If we're just trying to depict an apocalypse, you know, through a TV show, it feels weird. That being said, I do like her character. I love her. I have issues with her character, but I love her journey. Is that fair to say? Like, I love seeing her growth throughout the seasons.
Yeah, 100%.
She's had a great arc.
My only problem with her growth, like you say, is I feel like it happened so fast to me. Maybe it's just me. Like, I just feel like it happened really quick. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't feel like she went through the process like maybe other characters did, and more of a, there was like a, oh, this and that, or, you know, whatever it is. they developed because of this person, or they developed because this happened. I feel like sometimes her character to me just feels like it just kind of changed, like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because like when you first meet her, I mean, like she has like, remember you first meet her and she has her fucking chained up. Is there her brothers? I don't know what the fuck they were. Like people she knew or whatever.
It was her boyfriend and his brother, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. And she's got these fucking chained up walkers with her with their fucking bottom half of their jaw gone or whatever. Very badass. But I mean, I feel like she went from this badass chick walking around with these two walkers and her katana to living with the rest of the peeps, the normal Walking Dead cast, and just being perfectly fine with this, like way too quick for me.
It's even worse in the comic books. They don't mention it. Like at least in the show, Michonne has that whole thing with Andrea, you know, like this whole plot line. In the comics, she literally just shows up at the prison. Rick goes, "What the fuck?" And she goes, "Oh, those guys?" She kills her little prisoners and then goes, "Hey, you mind if I join you?" like a fucking like video game character, like a companion in a video game. And Rick goes, "Sure," and that's that. She's just part of the group. But in the show, at least she has a whole arc with Andrea, and I will agree. There's a big, at least in season 3, she is still like hesitant. She kind of does her own thing. I think like her whole thing is to try to kill the governor in season 3, and I kind of badass. And then season 4, she immediately is like best friends with Carl. Like there's that big like time jump. It was like 18 months, and we don't really see her. I think there's a few scenes when Rick goes off to find guns in season 3 where Michonne and Carl bond a little bit, because Michonne's also she also had a kid, so she's kind of like connecting that with Carl. But I think that's the only scene where we see that. That, and the whole reason why she goes to the prison is because of the baby formula that she saw Glenn and Maggie carry. That's the whole reason why she goes to the prison in the first place, is that Maggie and Glenn gets kidnapped by fucking Merle, and she sees the baby formula, and she goes, "Oh, these guys must be like good people because they have a baby." And that's the whole reason why they go to the prison. Much better reason than her just randomly showing up in the comic books.
Let me join, man.
And then what is she doing? Season 4, she's big for Carl's growth, because after the whole prison thing, her and Carl becomes like tight, real tight together.
I mean, they really needed that build up between the two before, well, his stuff.
Yeah. God, I fucking hated that. Dude, growing up watching, I love Carl these days, because I sympathize with the character, but growing up when this show was dropping, I hated that little shithead. Where would you put?
It's kind of messed up. I was happy he died when he did when I was younger.
Yeah, though, like looking back at it, they literally killed the show by killing him. Like that was it.
They did.
Like
that
the whole show
everything.
was based around Carl. At the end of the day, like that's like Carl is the next generation in this apocalypse, and you assassinated that with Carl. Fucking retards.
All right, we'll get back to Carl, but in my personal opinion, I don't think she's worthy of a great. I mean, of an epic. I mean,
yeah.
I think
I won't lie. I don't really like how they categorize these tiers.
I don't know. Just epic, great, cool, or
Can you change it? Can you just make it a classic like S through F?
Hold on.
I think that'd be much more. Does that change it? Yeah. Let's just do that. Let's just do.
In this case, I feel like she should be the very top of A. Like, I don't think there's another character that could surpass her. Actually, I changed that. There might be something up ahead that could surpass her, but
I'm not gonna lie.
This is
it sounds really fucked up. I have one character that could. 2, possibly. 3. Sorry.
Well, that's
3. Sorry, I'm looking at the.
There's other characters I think that belong in the S tier, but I mean that I don't think will surpass her in the A tier. Like I feel like she might very much be the top of the A tier.
I don't know. I'm looking at one right now without a hand.
He got no hand.
Merle is my Stannis of this show. I will stand on that hill, dude. Merle is probably the most beautiful character arc. We'll get to that though. Daryl. Okay, I have a hot take with Daryl. I don't like Daryl.
You don't like Daryl?
Past season,
like at all, or
past season 4, dude. He's done with me. Like I'm not a fan. Like I think after Beth died, they just did nothing with him. Nothing interesting, at least. Daryl was a fully fleshed out character at the beginning there. Like he was, if you rewatch it, I don't like with fresh eyes, like you will see it instantly. Like he just becomes like an emo, like bitch boy that just wears black and greased fucking long hair ever since Beth died. And I just, if they're trying to do something with that, I think they just missed the fucking mark. Because he just becomes a very stagnant character ever since Beth died. But
I can kind of agree with that. I feel like after, like you said, season 4, he just becomes like a glorified watchdog.
yeah, at least he was doing shit. Season 2, he had this whole thing with like him. He was the character that was calling out the bullshit in the group. Like that was his purpose. He was the outsider that was like, "Hey, look, Shane's fucking things up in this group," and he was calling that out. And he was big with Dale. Dale was like, "Hey, man, you deserve to be in this group." Like, there's this whole really interesting dynamic, and Daryl was looking for Sophia, and like it was his integration with the group. That was really interesting. And then season 3, he really stepped it up with his dynamic with Merle, like what he's gonna do with the group when Merle's around, and the baby Judith, and like it's very interesting. And then season 4, what does he do in season 4? I'm trying to think of something specific. Season 4, I think that's when he really cemented himself into the group fully. He had the fucking poncho, and he was doing runs, and I think especially at the beginning of the season, you can see a lot of new characters like bouncing off of Daryl, if I remember correctly. And he was just, season 4 was like his season to be fully into the group at that point. He really showed himself as a leader, and then I think for him, oh yeah, season 4 was obviously him and Beth running away from the prison together. That was like the big moment. And then we see him break down because of a lot of past shit. Like he really explored him and his dad in those episodes. Yeah, I remember now. And that was like the peak of his character growth, right? Him and Beth off there doing their own adventures. And then if you think about it, that's half of the show. Like season 4, there's 9 seasons, dude. I think it was real. It's a Tyrion moment, honestly, for me personally. Like I loved him, and then he just went full on stagnant ever since Beth's death. I don't know how you feel about him, but
I'm trying to just think of him in the later seasons. I feel like that's true, but at the same time, like I said, I feel like he's just a glorified watchdog.
yeah.
Until we get around to the season. Was it season 9? I'm pretty sure it was season 9. Where I felt a little bit different about him.
Okay.
What was season 9?
Season 9 could have been great. Because I remember at the end of season 8, they hyped it up that Maggie will go against Rick. Like that finale of season 8. Because Maggie had held this meeting and she was like talking to somebody, and it's revealed to be Daryl because they want to actually kill Negan. I'm like, you imagine Rick and Daryl actually going at it? That premise is amazing. But they didn't. I don't. What the fuck did they do with that? Like, not a whole lot. Besides that, I will give credit. I do really like him in season 5 when he's bouncing off of Aaron, the gay guy, when they go off together and go on runs together. I really like that dynamic. I thought that was really interesting. But besides that, yeah, he's just a glorified watchdog.
Because I'm trying to remember. The very end of season 9 was the introduction of the fucking bitches that walk with the walkers, isn't it? Pretty sure it is.
Did they go into that? I mean, a must have. This is the season 9. I see them down there.
Oh yeah, I see them down here.
I don't know where they ended though. I don't know like the cutoff because I did watch a part of season 10.
The ending of season 9, yeah. I'm pretty sure. I feel like the season might have been split in 2 or something like that, but it was season 9. I could have swore. I want to say the ending was with all the heads on the pikes.
Was it?
I think so.
That's respectable. I dig that.
I'm pretty sure that's literally how they ended that, because it was.
I respect that.
I wouldn't blame them. That'd be a pretty crazy cliffhanger to leave it on.
Yeah.
Let me look it up real quick. It is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I respect that.
Oh wait, Never mind, it says episode 15, and it says there's 16 episodes in that season.
Oh. Oh.
Season 9 of The Walking Dead.
I don't know.
It says there's 16.
In my head, that season ended with Rick. I always thought that was the finale.
Could have swore this season was like split into two or some
Yeah,
shit.
it was
Maybe
like
I'm just
half.
crazy.
Like they kept doing that like half finales, like the mid-season finale.
I'm pretty sure that one had like a mid-season finale, and I feel like the mid-season finale was Rick's
Yeah, it
death
was. I remember. Yeah.
or death, and then the finale of that season was all the heads on the pikes.
Yeah.
In that case, then I feel like he didn't do much of anything until the second part of that season, because I mean, he definitely had a lot going on. What was it when they were all in the kingdom at one point?
I mean, in a way, he did cause Rick's death. He was the whole reason
yeah.
Rick was out there. I don't remember anything that he did in season 9 besides him working. I remember him building the bridge with people, and I remember him plotting to kill Negan. That's what I remember from season 9.
I'm just not remembering that season correctly. Besides that, I do agree with the season 4 up to the season 4 thing, though. I just can't remember exactly what he did in season 9. Besides what you've stated already.
I it feels wrong, but I think the highest I can go with him is like a really low A, maybe a high B. Like, objectively, if in my mind, he is a Tyrion of this show for me. Like, halfway through the show, they just went wonky with him. Up until that point, he was fantastic.
I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. I would say more of a high B, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think he's a B. Even though everyone who watches this show, like, jerks off to him, and I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to think of this as objectively as I can.
He's got a nice face, man.
It's covered in muck. You can hardly see his face, dude. Okay. Are we sticking within the parameters of the 9 seasons? Because we know that Maggie does her whole like Dead City thing. I have not watched that.
I've only seen parts of it. I'd say we'd stick within the first 9, the 9 seasons.
Within the first 9. Okay. If it's within the first 9, because I know within like after 10, how many are there in the main series?
I think there's
12.
It's 12, or
That's insane.
I think it might be 12.
That's insane. Okay. Her anger for Negan is justified within that 9 seasons. Afterwards, it gets really fucking silly. I can't believe she's still hung up on that in Dead City. Like, I refuse to watch that fucking show. There's no conclusion for that. Like, I understand in season 9 she's still pissed. All right, so I'm gonna keep my judgments within season 9 because that is a big problem I have with her character going forward. However, I think her entire within the 9 seasons, I think her whole arc is fantastic. I love her. I love her because she's like her anchor was her dad. I love seeing a character lose their faith. Like, I find that so compelling within a character, and seeing her faith be rebuilt through Glenn and the group, and the community of Alexandria. Like, seeing her find herself again. I find that very compelling.
I'm trying to hold my opinions from the fucking after season 9.
Yeah, I blocked it. I had to like mentally block it because I hate what they did to her. I hate what they did to her.
If they included the Negan show, dude, I'd fucking easily put her in F tier because everything about her in that show pisses me off.
100%. They murdered her character because
they got this bitch holding a grudge against a guy that I feel like that is more than proven himself.
Dude, it's been like 20 years, dude.
Yeah.
It's like I've even seen scenes of them like getting over it, like making progress. Like they keep like having these moments of them making
Even after that
progress.
point, there's multiple scenes of it where they makes it seem like, oh,
Yeah.
I think I might finally be able to forgive you, and they even do it
Yep.
in the new show. I don't know about the new season because I haven't seen the new season of it yet, but even in the first season of it, they had a whole scene on it. Like even they had a whole scene on it in like the third episode in, and then they had a whole scene on it towards the end of that season. Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
But
So
everything
try
that she
your
does
best
with
to block that, because I think up until season 9 is great.
I'm gonna be honest with you, her arc beforehand, besides her and Glenn, is like all I remember, and then all of her shit she did in Alexandria, obviously, which, based off my judgment, off everything in Alexandria, I liked a lot.
Yeah.
Or not. So I mean, I could definitely put her high up there. I don't really have any wrongs with her. Besides, like I said, I didn't really care much about her character besides when it was with Glenn. I'm a huge Glenn fan. I like Glenn.
I love, dude. Look, okay, yeah, Glenn is a goat. I
probably wouldn't give a single fuck about her at all, to be honest with you, if Glenn wasn't involved.
Damn, I loved her arc. Just, like, this is all on rewatch because like I watched the show as a kid. And then I had to go back to, like, when I was watching as a kid, I did not give a fuck about her at all. But rewatching it and, like, seeing this character grow up, like, religious because of her father dies, she loses her faith completely. She even, did she try to kill herself in the show? Because I know she did in the comic books.
I don't think she did.
Okay. Well, in the comic book, she tried to hang herself. But she completely loses her faith. And I remember her doing something very sketchy in season 5, and Glenn was like really starting to get worried for her. I don't remember what exactly. She just did not care anymore. I think it was the dog, when they start eating dogs, and she was like instantly like did not care anymore. She just straight up ate the dog. And then once they find Alexandria, she starts to like rebuild herself after losing her sister and her father. She finds community again. I find that arc to be so goddamn good, and I think she deserves a low A.
I mean, like I said, I can agree with that. Just based off of everything after Glenn, after his death.
Yeah.
Obviously, at that point, you got to pay attention. If she didn't have Glenn, then, I mean, she would never have done what she did. I feel like, or at least moved on the way she did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, agree with a low A.
What's your opinion on Beth?
You know, Beth is another character, like I said. I just didn't care until she was with Daryl.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, the female characters in the show, besides Michonne, because, I don't know, maybe it's because I kind of recall more on Michonne because of her show with Rick and everything.
Yeah.
But, like, most of the female characters, I don't think I really gave much of a fuck about.
They did have a lot of weird archetypes for a lot of the female characters. I felt like a lot of them fell in within similar parameters. It felt weird. Like, it was just like they're following a structure for female characters. That's what at least I felt a lot of the times.
Besides her, like, running off with Daryl and then all those episodes, and then obviously her death is tragic, getting shot. Well, she got shot by, like, that cop or whatever it was, or security, or in that fucking building or whatever. Her death was tragic. But, is it weird of me, like some of the Game of Thrones characters, I didn't care much about her story, but if she wasn't there to push somebody else's story, she wouldn't have been as important. In my personal opinion.
If we kept the old format, she would be in the wholesome category for me. I think she was always like a pensive character. Like, she didn't want to do much. She was like a little mouse, you know? She was very anxious, too scared to do anything. And then the one time she stood up for herself, which is, I think this is, I've been tempted to make a video on like the assassination of the show, and I think it was the death of Beth. Because like it was the first death that I really felt like it was for nothing. Like nothing came out of it. I think they could have done the same thing, because I realized the importance of her death, because I think it's very poetic for the first time that she made her own choice in this world. she paid for it with her life. I find that to be very poetic. They just did it in the stupidest fucking way possible. Like, they amp up this entire arc of trying to save Beth. Like, we're all the characters are here saving Beth. She fucking dies. I think after that was the downfall of the show. And also, if you really want to get into it, I think the downfall of the show started with Andrea's death, because that was the first death of the show that they said this would be more shocking to do. Because Andrea was supposed to live. She was supposed to take over Woodbury and have this entire giant arc in the future. But they're like, actually, this would be shocking. So they killed Andrea. And then I think that just planted the seed for poor Beth over here to just die for shock value. And I think that, since that's connected to her character, I think that has to dock some points. But besides that, I think she was one of those like characters that, like Glenn, like Herschel, like Dale, she was the humanity, the soul of the group.
Yeah.
So I think she deserves some points, maybe like a high C. You know?
I definitely think they could have done. I don't know. I just wish they did more with her character overall. I'm sad she went out as soon as she did.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, what can you do about it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can agree with the C.
Yeah.
Girl boss.
She was at the end there. Yeah, she was a little bit.
Maybe too much. Got fucking gatted.
Okay, how many S's do we want in there? Because I have an idea for a few right now.
I mean, I can add another row of S's if you want.
I have at least like 2 more considering S's. Glenn was the entire soul of that group. When Glenn died, the soul of that group died. Glenn, it is something to say that Glenn did not kill a singular person throughout that entire show, and the one time he did, he paid for it with his life, and I find that to be one of the most poetic, like, moments in the entire show. Like, somehow they were able to write that in the middle of all of the shit that they were writing in the rest of the scripts, but they kept that theme of Glenn being the soul, the humanity in the group. He had his fucking rules for life there, man, and I love to see it. He was very wholesome.
He was the man that changed it all.
Yeah.
With his life, sadly, but
yeah,
he. I don't know. It's definitely where the show took its. I'm not saying it's a bad turn, but it took a turn. You know, like it was obviously. It was changing.
It could have been the best turn ever. It could have been like the Ned Stark death of Walking Dead. You know,
and
that,
I mean, like,
ripple effect.
His death outcome is not just like his death. I mean, like I think everything about his character and the way he dies. I mean, obviously brings in a new villain, and like we see the new villain. But just like I don't know, the show itself took a turn. We have, and it's almost like we went into a new era of The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the way the show was filmed, like when it was originally filmed, it had, I mean, it was an older show, but it had like this old timey, like grainy, like mid 2000s type feel to it.
Yeah.
And I feel like it kept that feeling until Glenn died, and then afterwards, it felt like newer age shows. I don't know if maybe the technology
I thought I was losing my mind. Because
you know what I mean, right? Because like
ever since then,
like,
I felt it was off the entire rest of the season. I'm like, something's off. Like, why do they look so sweaty all the time? Like, why is there like all their? I see their like pupils. Like, what is going on here? I see their pores on their skin.
We were at like typical television type shit until Negan's entrance scene, and then it felt like a movie scene out of nowhere. Like, even mid episode, like it felt like this is obviously something new. This is something different. Everything's changing, sadly, with Glenn's death. But
yep, yeah.
He was such a wholesome character. Everything about him. I mean, maybe a couple bonus brownie points, but I feel like just his character, not only in this version of the universe and even other variations of the universe, like in the Walking Dead game and stuff like that. Like, How can you hate on him? Like he's just a wholesome guy.
He tries his best. He was just a pizza guy. He was just a pizza guy, man. I think with all this hype that we're giving him, I think he deserves S. Right?
Yeah.
Is he better than Rick?
I don't think I can put him above Rick. I love Glenn. Don't get me wrong. I love Glenn, but I don't think I can put him above Rick.
You might need to make an S plus because like I'm looking down here and I'm seeing a couple. I'm seeing a couple that deserves at least an S. You can put Rick up there.
Can't we just call this Rick level? Like
Just put Rick up there.
Put Rick.
Yeah. I'm looking down here, man. I'm seeing some characters here. There's gonna be a couple of arguments for a couple S's here. All right. Look.
Who can hate on Herschel?
Exactly. I've had 3-hour arguments at people's houses over Herschel. All right.
I don't see a soul who could hate on this. I want to say gentleman, but at the same time, I don't know if he's always all gentle. But
well, he's like an Arthur Morgan who's had that redemption arc. You know, like in his younger days, he used to, but he's found God. You know, he's one of those old timers who has stories to tell because he used to drink a little bit in the past.
He likes a couple sips here and there, man.
I won't lie. If we're not talking like if we exclude villains, he's my favorite character in the whole show. Like he is to me he is like the Ned where like he is the moral figure. He is the person that you should strive to be, you know? He is the person that everyone else in the show that surrounds him kind of leans on. And that says something. He is a very very important character and it says something that when his death has a ripple effect through everyone else. Everyone else loses their morality. Everyone else loses their soul, and they have to like try to rebuild it. And it took them a couple of seasons until they find Alexandria, until they really find themselves again. I don't know where you want to put him, but it has to be high. he is a legend. And dude, who could say that they lost a fucking leg in the apocalypse and still survived? You know? Like, he's still kicking a long time after losing a leg. Motherfucker's hobbling around with some crutches.
I mean, think about it. I mean, his death starts absolute war. Like, it finally pushes him over the brink. It pushes... Because, I mean, like, Rick was more than ready to fight with the fucking... what was his name? The governor? The governor? He's more than ready to fight with that guy, but obviously he didn't want to. He didn't want to have to push to that point. Mm-hmm. But the death of Herschel confirmed that, like, yeah, I'm fucking done with this guy. Just like,
yeah, that was
we need to kill this man right here, right now. That's what pushed him over the edge at war. He didn't want war. He didn't want to fight. He wanted to be friendly about it. But then the killing of Herschel and the way he did it publicly in front of his entire fucking group at the prison, it snapped him over the edge. Obviously, I don't think it's up to the level of Glenn's death, but I mean, it holds the same standards in my opinion, where it's like his death changed something up ahead. Like, this is why Rick is as ruthless maybe at this point, besides like the death of his whole family. But like, this is why Rick is as ruthless as he is, or it's at least a good part of it.
It took Carl getting his eyes shot out for Rick to finally change out of that stupor. That's how long it took Rick to finally come back around to his senses. Ever since then, like if you saw, was that like 2.5 seasons?
This man wanted blood, okay? Like
ever since Herschel, he was out there, dude. He was ruthless. He was a cutthroat. I
think. Honestly, you could probably put him here.
100%. I fucking legend. Fucking legend.
Yeah.
Tyrese.
I don't remember this guy's name.
Tyrese. I love Tyrese, dude. Fucking, I'm trying to think of specifics. He was one of those, like, really, like, minor side characters in season 3, right? So, like, He was kind of like another character to branch between the prison and Woodbury. Like he showed up at the prison, unfortunately at a very very rough time. Very unlucky for this guy to show up while Rick was having his little episode. Um, Poor guy got scared off by this crazy man waving a gun around. And then he went to Woodbury, and then he's like, dude, there's some crazy fucking people in that prison. And that was about it. He was just kind of like looking after Sasha, his sister. But he really had a moment in season 4. Yeah, it was season 4, and then season 5, because he really he went crazy. His girlfriend got fucking burned alive by Carol over there. Fucking crazy bitch. In season 4, and then he kind of lost his way. He was kind of on a bloodbath, trying to find out who killed his girlfriend, and then he finally found his way. And then ever since then, he kind of he was another anchor for his sister when Sasha lost Bob, and it was pretty important for his character, Bob's character, and Sasha's character. And he was there for Judith. Remember that whole sequence between when he was wandering around with the little two psycho bitches, the two sisters, the two children after the prison. They were wandering around with Judith and Carol. That was probably some of my favorite moments in season 4, when they were just kind of wandering around. It was horrifying when Carol had to kill that psycho bitch. Just look at the flowers. But that was huge. That was a huge.
I think
moment.
I remember his death. I think he bit when he was going through
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bit. It was, I don't know what the fuck it was. It's going through an apartment or some shit. I don't know, or
they were
old
looking
house
for
maybe.
Noah's. Remember Noah?
Yeah.
They went to go look for Noah's family because that was Beth's last wish, essentially. They wanted. Noah was the only person they got out of that whole Beth situation, so hey, we might as well, just for honor of Beth. And he got bit in the house by I think it was Noah's brother. He turned. And then Tyrese had a very we saw Beth's actress again.
I know he had a hallucination,
yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah,
for some
that
reason I
was
remember
cool.
I remember that whole scene. His hallucination scene. I just don't remember much on him other than that.
Damn. He was big for me. Especially him and Carol had that conversation in the house when Carol finally because that Carol never told him that it was her, the one that torched up those bodies at the prison. And and unlucky that Carol got stuck with Tyrese after the prison, and it was kind of riding on her, that guilt of killing his girlfriend. And she finally told him. And they had this whole thing where she gave him the gun. It was hey, you can do it if you want to. And Tyrese overcame that, and ever since then he kind of became a moral figure for Sasha, an actual big brother for Sasha. And I think just objectively that is a beautiful character arc. I think a lot of these characters kind of have that same theme of losing oneself and redeeming oneself. And Tyrese, I think, does it really well. But I think his death is a little silly.
Yeah, I definitely remember the death scene. I think I more remember the hallucinations that he
Yeah.
has with the governor and Beth and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know why, I just don't remember much on his character.
Hmm.
Though I think I do have a vague remembrance of him and Carol. But then again, Carol has done more than one psycho bitch shit, so
Carol Carol is the ultimate girl boss.
absolute psycho bitch.
Damn, there is a lot. Dude, we're gonna have to have a conversation about all these potential S characters. I'm looking at a lot of them.
I mean, based on what you're telling me in his arc and how it is, I mean, it seems like a pretty solid arc.
It's fulfilling. It is a really good arc. His death is stupid, but besides that, that's the only.
I think the reason why I remember his death is because it is stupid, because he just gets bit by some tiny little walker just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it literally does nothing to the story.
It just happens.
He just dies. Yeah.
He just dies, and I think that's what disappoints me a little bit is his death, just based off what I know.
Yeah, that is the only blemish. That is the only blemish on his whole character.
Huh. Where would you put him?
Probably low B, high C, around there.
We'll go with we'll go with a low B unless we change our
Yeah.
mind later.
Stooky, Bob, Stooky. Fucking love Bob. Remember Bob?
He the one that gets fucking eaten.
He's like, yeah, he's like, I'm tainted
Yeah.
meat. I'm tainted meat. Yeah, I fucking love Bob, dude. I love him. He is, he's like a Glenn Light, honestly. Like he's like a minor version of Glenn, really. Like he is really striving for that like more morality in the group, and then he gets eaten. Um, but I do like he is one of the few characters that we see deal with any addiction. He besides like Herschel and his stories, but like we get introduced to him by him sneaking off on a loot run because he filled up his bags with alcohol instead of medicine that they needed for the prison because everyone was getting sick at the prison during that arc. Um, and I found that really cool. I really like different like because we're all messy as people. I just like to see variations of that. Like, of course, we're not gonna be like a stagnant template. Everyone's gonna be a little different. All these characters. I would like to see some variation. Give me some mental illness in there. Give me some schizos. And I like to see alcoholism, and just seeing how a character would deal with alcoholism in an apocalypse. And I like to see that arc through him, and it's kind of beautiful. He kind of finds God at the end there, and he kind of like he kind of like bickers with Rick about like morality a little bit before he dies. And I think he actually does. One of the few people in this list actually does have a satisfying death. We've complained a lot about their deaths here so far, but I think he has a satisfying death. I think it means something for the group when he dies. I think he's a really good character for the short time we have him.
I do remember the death. I do remember everybody discovering why he's dying. So
Yeah.
some horrific shit happens to this guy. I just that episode sometimes, dude. That shit pops up in my dreams. I swear.
Tainted meat.
Tainted meat. I just remember him getting eaten. I remember that clear as day. That was like one of my favorite and least favorite episodes ever.
Fucking Rick like does the sneakaroo on them, and he fucking shoots off the guys' fingers in the church. That was badass. Yeah, great character.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everything about him seems fairly great to me. Just can't. I like the introduction of like legitimate cannibalism. Like you only hear about it in the show, and I feel like his part kind of reveals that like, oh yeah, people are doing it.
Yeah.
Which just reveals another possibility for the show. This is something we very much likely and could do in an apocalypse.
Yummers.
For that though, I don't really know where to put him. Based off who's in there right now.
I put him mid B, honestly. I love his arc.
Beneath Tyrese and Daryl?
Yeah, like in the middle there. That's where I would personally. All right. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck about Sasha.
I never gave a fuck about Sasha. Her death.
Probably the coolest. In my personally, I loved her interaction with Negan. Like I loved that whole sequence with him killing the dude trying to rape her and stuff. Like I thought that was like the biggest point. Like the biggest part I liked about her was like the moment before her dying. Besides that, dude, she was just like a depressed emo for the rest of the show ever since Tyrese, you know? Like, she just
Always
wandering around ever since Tyrese. And that was like a season and a half, man. I get tired of that. 20 episodes a season of her just walking around. God damn.
She was just there, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like she was always kind of there.
Yeah.
She felt like more of a background character, if anything.
Yeah.
Besides when we finally reached her death with Negan and everything. But, like...
Just the, holy shit! And he fucking falls off. That was so fucking... Dude, that was supposed to be such a serious scene, and that was so fucking funny seeing her tackle this guy off of the trailer. Holy shit!
Holy shit!
I would react that way too, man.
Another memorable one for me, you know? Yeah, I always felt like she's just kind of a bit of a background character the entire time until she finally died. And then she reminded me of the holy shit sequence.
That's gotta have at least some points there. But it feels like some of these characters, they have such a big roster at times, they just don't know what to do with them. You know, if she feels like one of those characters that they're like, well, she's depressed, we don't really have time for an arc for her, so she's just gonna be wandering around.
She's just kind of there, which is how I feel about her. She's just completely there. Even when everybody else part of her story, like, I don't remember much about her even before Tyrese's death. But to be fair, I don't remember much about Tyrese besides his death.
It was mainly because she was always paired, because they were brother and sister. She was always paired up with Tyrese, but like he always stole the spotlight. Like, she was just kind of like his backup for most of the time. I honestly, what the fuck did she do after the prison? Oh, I mean, she does have that. She does hook up with Bob, and that was like the biggest point for her. Like the most interactions that she does have before she dies was like season 4, when it was her, Maggie, and Bob paired up together after the prison, and Maggie was like trying to look for Glenn that whole time, and Bob and Sasha hook up, and they were like that whole trio was like trying to like navigate, trying to find Glenn while trying to survive out there. And that was like the most she ever did, but like it wasn't anything crazy. Like, it's not like they did anything really. It was mainly Maggie that whole time. But yeah, that death scene's kind of funny. but I wouldn't put her that high.
I don't think I could even.
Like,
honestly, I feel like her character's, as I say, far more useless than even Beth. So
high D just for that death scene. That was hilarious. Like, the camera shot of like below, like that was the funniest part. Like, the camera was like below the trailer, and you see like him drop the bat as he's like falling. That shit was so funny. All right.
Holy shit!
Holy shit! Talk about an S character, alright? We're gonna have to talk about that one too when he comes up. Rosita. I'm trying to think. The most interesting dynamic I remember her personally.
Is there another fucked up thing for me just to say? This is another female character that I feel like that was just there for Abraham. No,
I was just about to say that. Like, the most interesting dynamic that she had the entire show was when Abraham was trying to figure out who to bone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and who wouldn't be interested in Abraham's boning choices? Like, come on, he's Abraham. But
my favorite line. Hang on, I'll wait until we're about to get them anyways. I'm trying to think of what she actually, like, her character herself did. The most interesting was her like arguing with Abraham, and I gotta admit, like, her acting was really good in that scene. Like, her fighting for that relationship. Like, I was compelled by that. Like, she was trying to fight for her boyfriend. That's compelling. But besides that, Did she even have? Oh well, okay. Here's one thing. She tried to shoot fucking Negan. I will say that. Like that's some balls right there. All right, trying to make a bullet with a mullet boy. Trying to make a bullet just to put into a singular pistol and shoot that man. Then again, it might be the stupidest thing in that season on how a singular bullet doesn't smash that bat to smithereens. Like how thick does that bat have to be?
Bro, Lucille is thick as fuck, man. Okay, like why
fuck
isn't
was
Lucille
that?
part of this list? Like that bat alone should be a character.
What is that aim? Never mind. I said that to make a point for her, but that just pissed me off thinking about that bat. That was so fucking stupid. How the you see the bullet, like it might as well have just ricocheted. Like it barely went into the bat. And the bat is so
Lucille's got a
tiny
metal
in terms
core,
of
dude.
things. Like how do you really get that unlucky of him just like moving the bat just in the worst possible timing? Oh my god, that's so dumb. Okay, all right, we have all right D. All right, that pissed me off so much.
I was gonna look for some way to support her because I could have swore
I
with
tried.
that whole group trying to escort Eugene, you know, him faking to be this messiah or whatever.
Yeah.
She was the only one I thought that comforted him even after he came out and they all figured this out.
Okay, yeah, there is that point. Like she's kind of the one that brought the group back together because Abraham was wanting
She
to kill
definitely
that
did. She brought him
motherfucker.
back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Abraham was fucking fed up with this guy's shit.
I would shoot
But
him.
I mean,
To be fair, I would shoot
if I remember
him.
correctly, she convinced everybody in that group to like, no, we can chill here.
Yeah, that is true.
Just the guy trying to live,
All
and she
right.
was kind of there for Eugene. And
That is true.
this is my personal opinion of Eugene. He's a little fucking snake. I don't care how his character evolved. I fucking hate Eugene. But
Okay, but kind of in a good way. Like that character is great for being just a little
oh
conniving
yeah,
cunt.
for what he is and what the part he plays in The Walking Dead as a whole. Yeah, we'll get to it when. Wait, is he
Yeah.
even in here?
Yeah, he is. I see him down there, the little fucker.
Oh, I see him now. Yeah. Well, we get to we'll talk about him. See, these guys own shit going on,
Little
but
fucker. He's
but
the
I mean,
Matthew.
even when he
He's
reveals-
the fucking Matthew of this group.
he is the equivalent of being Matthew in our group. Okay.
Little fucking snake.
But I mean, I think we can give Rosita some bonus points. I feel like she deserves a low C because of that. Because
Yeah.
I mean, she is in
You
the
remind-
show
I forgot about
for
that. You
quite
remind
some
me.
time. Like
Yeah.
even after these seasons, she's still here. I
Yeah.
don't remember if she necessarily ever dies, even in the seasons afterwards.
Okay. This docks points for her, but she does in the finale for like no reason.
Did she died in the very finale, like the
They
last
just needed
episode.
somebody to kill to finish off the finale. Yeah, she dies.
That's fine. As far as throughout the first 9 seasons, she didn't play much of a big part for me. But still, I feel like we need to give her something for the whole Eugene situation because I
That's
do
true.
remember that.
I forgot about that. That is true.
I do hold her to the standards of lower than Beth, though.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she's just a, yeah. Besides that, she's just another character.
I just finished my 3rd drink and need to take a piss real fast.
Jesus Christ. I have a feeling this tier list might be a little lopsided on the good side. I see a lot of really good characters here.
Yeah.
A lot of A's and S's, I'm gonna be honest, man. I see at least 3 more that could be an S. 4, sorry. 4 more. 5, fuck me. God, we're gonna have to have a conversation.
Abraham!
Yeah, this legend. This fucking goat, dude.
There's nothing I appreciate more in The Walking Dead than the introduction of another group that has a different purpose compared to anybody else in this entire show. Or at least they think they have a different purpose compared to anybody else in this entire show. Stop hitting yourself!
You do make a really good point. I never really thought about that. It's really hard to find characters doing their own thing. Like they have their own purpose, you know? They're not like
I feel like
tag-alongs.
any other character, or even like introductions of new villains, or like introductions of another group, It's like they're all on the same purpose. And don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, Abraham's group is definitely trying to survive like everybody else, but their survival is revolved around something else.
Yeah.
Their survival is revolving around getting Eugene to, well, he's trying to get to Washington, D.C. or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
But, like, it's all around getting this one dude that we swear is, like, the savior of all to this place. And that's just all that's going through their mind. And it's kind of a storyline I can get behind of. Like, dude,
Yeah.
you could fucking make an entirely different show based around this shit.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
their whole storyline when you first meet them is so interesting, and then you even follow them for a bit to the point where Eugene either just snaps or just finally reveals, or they just find out that this guy is nothing.
No, I'm just a chemistry teacher, dude.
I'm just some guy that happens to know chemistry.
Yeah, that is a huge point to make. Also, just a broad thing to say, I hate that idea of just survival for characters, because it is a fundamental point for humanity that we need narratives to survive. You know, like, you always talk about, like, those stories of, like, soldiers in combat on how they stayed rational, is that they did something.
Yeah.
They were doing something. They were taking care of others. They were keeping their mind busy. Like, just focusing, like, oh, we're just surviving. Like, your mind would go insane if you just focused on that. Like, you need to be doing things. So, like, seeing something like Abraham just makes sense. Like, they need a narrative in order to make sense out of the apocalypse. Like, that's exactly Abraham's whole story. He lost his family, and then Eugene randomly showed up. Abraham wanted to kill himself, but Eugene gave him a purpose, and I loved that. I love that so much. And he's just nothing comes out of his mouth that isn't a one-liner, and it's always hilarious. I love his character. Any scene that he's in, he kind of steals it.
The only thing I think I have wrong necessarily with this character as a whole, sadly, comes back to the death. It's just the point in time. I'm gonna be honest with you. As much as I appreciate Abraham's character and the introduction of a different group and them integrating themselves after their whole story, his death means nothing to me compared to Glenn's, in my opinion. It's
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
in my opinion, it's just like we just needed to kill two characters. I don't know, maybe to add more to it. But even like the entirety of the Walking Dead community could agree that Abraham probably could have been the only one that died in that scene, and I don't think people would have cared as much. Like,
Okay.
they needed
Yeah.
a major character like Glenn to die there. If they didn't, then the show wouldn't have, like I said earlier, changed eras like it did.
Yeah. That, and for any, like, comic book reader, only Glenn died in that scene. Like, only one person died. So when
Didn't know
I
that.
was
That
watching
irritates
it,
me a little bit more.
well, Abraham was already dead at that point.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
So for me, it was the exact opposite experience. When I saw Abraham get picked, I'm like, oh my god, Glenn, he might survive a little longer. And then the switcheroo happened, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, both of them.
Because they did a thing of both worlds, you know. The comic book readers are like, oh, we're going to keep you on edge, motherfuckers. We're only taking one. Joke's on you. No, Glenn's dying now.
Yeah. So my heart was completely torn out of my body that in that very moment. I thought I was seeing Glenn for a little longer.
In that case, I can see his death maybe holding a little bit more purpose into tricking the comic book readers. But, like, just from somebody, because I never read the comics, as somebody who didn't read the comics, I don't know. His whole death situation sadly bummed me out a little bit. It had to happen. Obviously, he died in the comics or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He was going to have to die at some point. I just think it's a little bit of a bummer that he sadly died when he did.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It took the meaning of Abraham's death. It just didn't mean as much because the character that died right after him,
Sadly, that is true.
we
Glenn
all
was
love
massive.
so much more.
Yeah, that's very true.
Besides that, most of the shit that goes on with them, I've never really had a problem with Abraham's character. I've always appreciated him being I don't think he ever really changed up on me either. He was always that big buff, trying to be the leader type guy, or like trying to lead, not necessarily being the leader, but he always had that aspect to him.
Oh yeah. He one of my I mean, one of my favorite quotes was when one of my favorite moments in general through his character was him contemplating who he actually wanted to end up with, because there's like a different different aspect of his character. There's a different side of him besides just being the big buff guy that everyone leaned on.
Yeah.
And I loved him in the RV with Glenn when they revealed that Glenn was having a baby, and he was like, "So, when you were pouring the biscuit, were you trying to make pancakes?" and Glenn was like, I think so. I think I know what you mean."
Oh my gosh.
When you were pouring the biscuit, were you trying to make pancakes? I love him.
I have to use that one sometime.
He's a classic. Like, everything that came out of his mouth, I chuckled at least a little bit. Oh, that reminds me. Okay. I'll keep Glenn in S tier, but can Herschel step one up? I remember a very bad moment for Glenn, and I had a flashback. Glenn, he can 100% stay in S tier, but I remember that stupid fake out death in the middle of season 6, and I hated it so much. When he was surrounded by walkers with that stupid Nicholas guy, and then it looked like Glenn got eaten to death.
Yeah.
And then Glenn died just a couple episodes later. Like, that pissed me off so much.
And that's to remind me. I completely agree with that. I'm on board with that one, yeah.
Fuck me. I had a flashback. I hated that so much, because that was actually a pretty good death for Glenn. You know, like, Glenn's constantly sticking his neck out to try to make this guy a better person, and it's costing his life. Like, that was a pretty...
Yeah.
I was satisfied with that. That was a pretty gruesome as hell, but, like, decent death for Glenn's whole character of trying to be the guy to save people. You know, he saved Rick, he saved all these other characters, and one too many, I think if I remember correctly, something came out that he was actually supposed to die there, but something happened, and they kept him around, just for a couple more episodes. I don't know the story there. I don't remember, but yeah. Anyways, Abraham, I think he should definitely be at least A.
I can agree with that. I don't think we can. I don't think he can pass anybody really necessarily in that grouping.
No.
But
yeah,
perfectly fine where he's at.
Yeah, legend. Okay, I think our first F character.
What the fuck is this guy?
Heath.
Which one is this one?
Heath. He's he
Heath.
randomly shows up, randomly leaves the show. There's nothing there. They don't explain it either. It's the funniest shit ever.
Say no more.
Dude, he literally knocks on the wall of Alexandria after everyone's moved in, right? And he's like, "Who the hell are you?" And they're like, "Who the hell are you?" And he's like, "I'm Heath. I'm a runner." And then I don't remember how many episodes it takes, but like, he goes off on a run, falls off a bridge, right? And I think it's supposed to be like a cliffhanger. Like some characters like disappear and come back, like Merle. He never comes back. He falls off a bridge, and that's the last we see him. It's kind of humorous. All right. I think, arguably, another F character, Noah. Just because of how he dies. It's like a Carl.
I can't agree.
It's like a Carl, for me.
He's the one that dies when they're running towards the fucking spiral door, right?
Yeah. Horrible, gruesome death, right?
Yeah, gruesome death. Utterly gruesome. But did they need to kill him?
No! They literally set him up to be like the next leader of Alexandria. Literally in the previous scene, there's this old guy, he's actually in this list here. He was the husband of the lady, I forgot her name, but he was telling him, like, he was giving him, like, the blueprints of the walls, he was telling him how he built the walls, and he fucking dies the next episode.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he dies the very fucking next episode with the whole spine.
This was when I was really checking out the show, like, this era. Because, like, I was sold on Alexandria as a whole. Like, they finally made it to their safe space, but they kept doing stupid shit like this. Beth, Noah, all these characters, and I'm like, what is the point here? And then the whole Glenn fake out, and I'm like, I'm really checking out now. Like, this is so dumb. There's all these things were actually kind of cool, but they're doing really stupid shit. Poor Noah, because I was sold on his character. Like, he was the continuation of Beth, what Beth left. I was digging it. Like, he was on the up and up. He was like the next Carl. He was growing up in the apocalypse. But I will say, if it was a different character in that situation, that was a horrible fucking death, dude. That was gruesome. Seeing Glenn just sit there like horrified.
He watches him just die. Oh my gosh. The fucking
any other character, man. That, oh my god, that's still stuck in my brain. I love this girl. Forgot her name. Tara. She's great. I love her.
I remember her so well because the second half of season 9.
Yeah.
She's just she's well, they had to make her a crucial part before they killed her off. But I don't know, her character's out there. That's that second half of season 9. She's great.
She gets lost on me. Like, same here, because it was obvious that they were gonna kill her off, but I feel like big gaps. Like, when she is there, like when the spotlight's on her, she's great. Like, she's really good. Like, I fell in love with her so much that I've seen such a weird character shift in her. I forgot that she was even with the governor at one point. You know, that's how captivated I was with her. Because she was like a completely, like, she was like a fucking phoenix. Like, she completely transformed for me. And I think that shows just how compelling her character growth was. Because at one point, she was like this scared girl with her sister and her niece and their dad in an apartment, and then Governor showed up and helped out with that, and I completely forgot that she was in that scene, like in that whole era with the Governor.
I honestly forgot she was there as well, but now that you got me thinking about it, I do remember her being there. For some reason, I remember her, she had that, who was her girlfriend or some shit? Didn't she have like a girlfriend or some shit that she ended up losing? Who was it?
Oh, maybe they were together. No, there was...
You remember, there was that whole,
God.
scene at the train tracks or whatever, or at some train tracks. What the fuck was it? I could have swore it was like an episode before she because we didn't necessarily know that she was a lesbian.
Was it the doctor lady?
I think it was. Yeah, the doctor lady. She wore glasses or whatever it was, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she fucking dies at the train tracks when she's walking the train tracks.
She replaced Abraham's death in the comics. That's typically Abraham there. Abraham got his...
Oh, was that supposed to be Abraham?
Yeah.
But, now that you got me remembering about the governor scenes and everything, I forgot she was even there. For some reason, I thought she was only there afterwards.
I forgot about that whole... Yeah.
I'm remembering the train track scenes with her, because, you don't know... I mean, they typically do this with any TV show. They don't to reveal somebody's gay or whatever it is until the fucking very last moment, which I don't know why they do it, but they do it a lot.
Yeah,
but
weird.
They reveal that she's very obviously a lesbian and that she's with this chick, the doctor chick.
Not with her. Abraham notices it all the way back in season 4.
Oh yeah. You're right.
He's like, I noticed you're looking at Rosita at dinner tonight. I don't mind.
Yeah. Abraham knows game, man. Okay.
I don't mind.
Abraham's a man that knows when people are checking out other chicks. Okay, he's not a fucking.
He respects the game, man.
Game respect game, man. Okay, he fucking knows what's up. You looking at my chick? I wouldn't mind a little 3-way, if you know what I mean. I fucking love Abraham. But I remember the scene with when the doctor chick dies at the train tracks and everything. And for some reason, I when you reminded me about the governor situation that she was even that far back.
Yeah, she was at that battle with Rick and all that.
She was.
And she was too scared to fight. I remember they find her hiding, and she had to see her own sister get torn apart by walkers, and then she's the one that helped out Glenn get out of the prison. And
Honestly,
her whole
her
point was to help
character.
because she felt so guilty being part of that battle. She helped Glenn find Maggie. That is a beautiful arc.
She's a fucking great character, honestly. Like, I don't know why I never looked at her any differently beforehand. I don't think I see much of anything wrong with her.
No, honestly, she is beautiful. She's a that whole just that alone. The fact that she continues is great, but like that alone, like how guilty she feels after seeing her niece die. The governor executed her fucking niece. Her sister get torn apart by walkers, and she's just compelled to redeem herself through helping Glenn find Maggie. I love that so much. She deserves to be high up there for me personally.
I think, sadly enough, I think it's like she did so much in that second half of season 9. She was more involved in everything. I don't know if she was deserving to die because of it. Because if I remember correctly, she was just one of the ones she was randomly kidnapped by Alpha in that season.
Yeah.
Like, Alpha just happened to kidnap her. And I think, now that you got me thinking about it and all she did beforehand, that is probably the most retarded part about her entire character. Is she's just killed. She just happens to be
bodies. They just needed bodies, and Taro's like sadly like one of the like she's been around for a while.
They just needed more victims. They just needed more victims other than the kids, you know, because I remember that played a crucial part in that season.
Yeah.
And sadly, she was one of them. I other than that, like I actually have nothing against her character. She did so much.
I personally,
to me that like.
Hang on, I gotta let my cat out, but she deserves to be high up there.
She definitely does. The question is how high?
What are we feeling?
I don't know if I can take past Maggie and Michonne, obviously, but I mean...
Dude, S almost slipped out of my mouth and I saw where Michonne was. And I was like, hold on, I'm getting a little antsy here. She has a more fulfilling arc than Abraham for me personally. I'm trying to think what Abraham, like what his, I mean, obviously the whole Eugene thing, but like afterwards, like what did he accomplish?
If I want to put it along the lines of pointless deaths, okay, I feel like if I come down to the lines of it, her death means a little more than Abraham's, just because of how she dies, because obviously she plays a crucial part in everything, and she happens to be part of the characters that gets kidnapped by Alpha and everything. Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, unlike Abraham's death with Glenn, you know, I feel like that scene when we're looking at every single head, line after line, like when I see Tara's head up there on the pikes, like, I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like,
yeah.
And Abraham's death, like I said earlier, it doesn't quite hold that standard to me. Like, it's just like, he's dead. I was shocked at first, but then you kill Glenn, and I'm like, I don't really care about Abraham anymore, but...
What they should have done is, like... Because, like, there's a point for Negan killing Abraham, because Abraham was the only one to, like, puff his chest up. What they should have done is kill Abraham, because that was the point. Like, there was a big point on killing him. And when Daryl punched Negan, they should have, like, thrown Glenn in the back of the van and killed him later. That's what they should have done.
I could have even done something like Abraham maybe speaks up or something like that, and they just gun his ass down. Like, they just shoot him, you know? Like, just shoot him right then and there. But then Glenn's death, the reason why it means so much is because we have to sit there and watch him get beat the shit out of and then killed, you know? Like... But at least it would have felt more compelling to me in Abraham's case, because I mean, he was a bit of a loudmouth. He was a bit of a guy to speak up for himself. If that was his last thing he did, you know, he spoke up for himself, and he just gets shot. Like, I don't know, just something about that. Like, I'm like, that sounds like a way Abraham would go. Like, he just couldn't shut the fuck up. He had to say something in this instance. It just gets gunned down just because Negan's irritated with him. And then Glenn, like, Negan just sees that, like, Glenn is obviously a favored person by this group, and he just beats the fuck out of him in front of everybody. But, like, I don't know. In my opinion, the way how it goes with that is I'd put Tara above him just because of the way death scenes came down to it. I feel like both their characters I mean, she obviously lasted longer in him season-wise, but I would hold them in equal parts besides the way their deaths happen and how much they mean to me personally. Because, like I said, when you're going through the Pike head scene, it's like every single character is like it's fucking hitting your heart, like it hits your feels a little bit. Like, no way, they killed them. Oh, and them, and you're like, no way, not Tara. The kids, really? The kids? So, like, it's always. That's why I hold her. So yeah.
How do you feel about this lady?
I don't remember this bitch's name.
Enid, I think.
Is it Enid?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I don't remember entirely a whole lot besides her whole thing with Carl.
Yeah.
Besides that, she dies in the same scene as Tara.
Yeah.
She dies then. But like I said, I mean, she's kind of the same in Tara's case of. I mean, Tara obviously held more importance throughout the seasons. But in her case, I didn't really give a shit about her.
No.
Besides how she went with Carl.
It's
And then, like, sure, she played a little bit more of a crucial part before she died in that second half of season 9.
Yeah.
But other than that,
No.
I don't remember shit about it.
It was cute seeing Carl find his first love. You know, it was cute, but it was like kind of like seeing me go through my own first love, and I'm like I want to gag myself. I did not give a fuck about Enid.
Yeah, I didn't really give much of a shit about her. Besides her roles in the season she died in, yeah, I didn't really give much of a fuck about her. I think I would hold her in the same case. Not up to the standards of Beth, but I mean, she definitely kind of played a role in the pushing Carl story a little bit more. I don't know. Besides that, I mean, that's kind of all I've really got for her.
Yeah.
I could definitely put her in a girl boss category because I don't know, a little bit she was, and then sadly she was another character that just needed to die. Sadly,
Yeah.
they need heads on the pikes, man.
Well,
There's a lot of pikes.
Maybe you shouldn't just be killing characters off left and right. Maybe you could have had, but in the comic books, I don't know. I understand TV show watchers were shocked by that scene, but there were. Rosita was on those head spikes. Fucking Ezekiel was on those head spikes in the comic books. A lot. I don't know. It didn't hit the same for me in the show personally. Seeing Ezekiel's decapitated head with his fucking locks falling down in the comic books was horrifying.
I mean, even show Ezekiel on one of those pikes would have hit different. Like,
that would have been crazy.
You would have definitely had me.
But imagine, like, maybe not kill Andrea, maybe not kill Beth, you know, and save them, you know, have them die there instead. That would have been insane.
Save their death for maybe a more crucial part of the show.
Yeah, something that meant something, maybe, you know, who knows? Fucking crazy
Sadly,
how that works.
That's kind of where Enid's at. It's just like, it just felt like another character that they had to kill off that didn't really play that much of a role, in my opinion.
Yeah.
She's kind of there, besides her Carl stuff, and then whatever she did in the second half of season 9. I feel like whatever character died in that season, the season 9 that is, they obviously, I just can't remember them, but I do remember that they held like a crucial scene for them or whatever it is. Like, there's a reasoning. They showed them off a little bit before they killed them. Like, they did something with them.
Yeah.
Which I'm happy they did, but obviously they didn't hold enough importance for me to remember, so
yeah.
I just know they had to kill multiple of the younger characters off. Maybe just to hit the TV show's feels a little bit more. Besides that,
I'm looking at these characters, man. We need some D characters in that. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of heavies over here. Okay, I'm seeing at least a couple S's, a couple A's. I think I'm willing maybe low C, but she's a D for me.
Honestly, I think I don't know if I can put her. I think she's fine where she's at right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This
Coral,
guy,
Coral, Coral, Coral,
Laurel, the biggest Tyrion
Coral.
treatment I've ever seen. He reminds me of a Danny, you know? Like, he's... The whole point of the story is wrapped around him, just like Danny. And then they... What the fuck? You know? Like, I felt the same way as seeing Danny's arc when I saw that he got bit. Like, I'm like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? What? You lost the
Coral.
plot, guys.
Coral's death scene changed the direction of the show.
In the worst way,
Didn't
in my
feel
humble
the
opinion.
same anymore.
Because
It's
the
just
whole
everything
point was
about
Rick
it.
building this whole thing for Carl. Like, that was the whole point.
It almost, besides Rick just being amazing, it makes you wonder, like, what is Rick's purpose anymore?
Exactly. It was. I was very so conflicted because I'm like, okay, Andrew Lincoln can act his ass off, all right. But on the other hand, this is the most retarded thing I am watching right now. It's kind of like watching a Tyrion scene in Game of Thrones. Like, no matter what scene, I'm like, Peter Dinklage can fucking act, all right. But at the same time, this is fucking retarded. Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna be honest, man. We put Danny in C for the stupid shit. I think he deserves a C. At most.
I agree with that.
At most for me. That I'm
Put him with the high C like we did with Danny and I don't remember who else was in Danny's category, but I know there was another main character in
Dude,
there with her.
I am waiting for the comments in that video. Because not only are we pissing off people with how we're ranking, like, the fucking video has ads all over it. Just
I
on
don't
the
know if
sides
this
of the screen
presentation
the whole
mode, man.
time. I forgot. I wasn't planning on, like, this was so random. Like, I wasn't planning on making a video out of it, so, like, I
had never done a tier list before. I knew of no presentation mode. We would have been in that shit this whole time. I didn't want to stare at these fucking ads for 3 hours.
now they have to.
I had to, so did you, fuckers.
Okay. When I saw T-Dog, I knew that we were gonna
T-Dog?
have a very big lopsided tier list in the good way possible. A lot of S's, a lot of A's, alright? T-Dog is the boy, man. He's a legend.
Who the fuck doesn't love T-Dog? I love T-Dog.
T-Dog he's the G. Alright, he's the fucking G. I almost said his name. I don't want to say his. There's a certain guy that we went to high school with, and I just like that's T-Dog. All right, that's my T-Dog. Like, I can call him whenever, and he'll pick up. You know, T-Dog was gone too soon, man, and he went out the most baller way too. Like, one of the most impactful deaths early on in the series at least. Like, he went out like a fucking G. And it's kind of funny because his actor used to be a football player, and he went out like he was fucking tackling these two zombies up against the wall, like a football player. Is kind of funny, but yeah, man.
Fucking guy. I don't know how high you really want to throw him.
Personally, okay, he is one of the last quote unquote side characters that actually did shit. You know, like, we were talking about Sasha, he just felt like a body walking around with the group.
She was just there.
T-Dog was the Sasha in the earlier seasons, but he was actually doing things, having conversations with people, actually, like, moving things, he actually felt like a goddamn character. All right. And I think, and he had at least a fulfilling, like, whole character. They didn't botch it later on. Like, he feels like a full character for me.
T-Dog kind of felt like, I don't know if you ever watched Lost, but like a lot of the side characters in that show felt like they held more purpose in the show, and then they just disappear, or they just like die off, or whatever the fuck it is that they do to them, right? And he kind of held that same standard. And like other side characters didn't do that in the show. it kind of felt like they kept that standard because I mean he was there so early on and everything. And it's just like I don't know. This is the way he made me feel. It made me feel like the way a lost side character was. Like they held some importance.
Yeah, yeah. I think he deserves to be decently high at least. You know, maybe not. If we like maybe a really low A, like at the bottom of A, high B, I would even do.
I think we can get away with putting him like above Bob, maybe.
Bob,
It might be
okay.
might be
satisfied with that.
sacrificial if we put him above above the crossbow man.
You know how funny it'd be if we ranked T-Dog higher than Daryl? That would be fucking hilarious.
Whoops.
Look, T-Dog's a legend, alright? Okay. Now, we talk about...
I hate this bit.
We've talked about characters who piss us off in the good reasons. For good reasons.
She pisses me off in a good way.
I don't think she does. I don't think she's supposed to be this annoying.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
I definitely hated her. I don't know if she was supposed to be hated as much as she was, but
my question every time she was being annoying was why. It wasn't like this makes sense. Like it was, why are you doing this? Like it didn't make sense. It did not correlate. Like when Rick tells her about Shane, right? When Rick was like, "Hey, I killed Shane," and her reaction was to push him away. My exact reaction was confusion. I was like, "Bitch, you told him to get rid of Shane."
she was addicted to that D, dude. Okay, like she couldn't control herself anymore.
Maybe the actress just wasn't given like a good script to react off of. Maybe it was the actress herself. I don't know, but it was a lot of just confusion instead of like a clear. She was very hot and cold for not a good reason, at least for me. Maybe you were sold by it. I don't know. For me personally,
I don't think I was necessarily sold by it. I just didn't like anything about her character. I didn't like anything about her character. I don't think anything about her.
I think she's important,
I'm not,
but that's about it.
I'm not even entirely on board with the whole her and Shane thing. Like I don't know. It's not the vibe she gave me. Later on, yeah, she totally gave me that vibe, but when like you first are introduced to the character, it's like I don't know. It's just something about her. Something about her just rubs me off in a weird way.
I'm gonna say it. I think it's the acting.
It might very much be just the acting. Is it weird that her face gives you off like the typical Southern wife loyal face, but like she's not loyal whatsoever?
She flops back and forth so much because like Shane tried to pursue her again at the end of season 1, and she literally like scratches him like deep into his fucking neck, and then hit her like pushing Rick away after her literally telling Rick that Shane's becoming a problem. After Rick telling her like I finally like Shane attacked me and I finally killed him, and she's like cold to him, and that like obviously pursued into like 6 months later because season 3 starts after winter and Rick is still like, fuck you bitch, you chose Shane over me. Like that whole time. And that's more like I liked that actually that aspect, but more for Rick, like Rick's character. I like that for his growth, but I am not sold by her. I like her as a plot device. I think she's fundamental for Carl and Rick as characters, but her herself, I don't think she's written very well. Maybe it's just the acting. I don't know. In the comics, she shuts down Shane like instantly, and that's what causes Shane to spiral. Because in his mind, he's like propped up this perfect life after Rick's gone, and Rick randomly like comes back from the dead, and he just spirals out of control.
I think. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Obviously, she still has a bit of an impact on other characters' stories and how they revolve out. So I think the lowest I could possibly put her is like an extremely, and I mean seriously, like even no matter who else we put in here, a low C. just based off what
I was gonna
she
say
does
high
for
D,
other
maybe like
characters.
a top of D.
ID. I mean, I can.
That was-
Yeah.
This is
I
like
can
one of
get
the
behind
first
that.
characters that I just don't like the writing of. You know, I just did not. I see what they were trying to do, and they just failed. I don't know.
That's kind of my thinking. I was like, I see where they're going, but it's just it didn't work. It didn't work out.
Nope.
Yeah, I can get behind. I can get behind a low D.
We need low characters. I'm looking at this man.
She doesn't deserve a girl boss, anyways. Let's be honest. And Carl was a real girl boss.
Damn right. Have you heard of Carl Papa? Man, that video.
You know,
pops
that you got me thinking about. Carl might be the girl boss. Like,
Goddamn right, dude.
fuck is this guy? I like remember him, but don't
Milton
remember.
Martin, something like that. He was the governor's little like science guy.
Oh, he's a little bitch, isn't he?
Okay,
He
no. All right.
I could have swore he was a little bitch.
No, he was a little bitch at the beginning. He was just a little dorky science dude. And then he kind of cracks after Andrea comes there, and then she like, you know, she's the person that causes all the chaos in the governor's little ring. And he eventually cracks and tries to betray the governor, but the governor's too much of a girl boss and fucking kills him. And that's who bites Andrea. That's why she dies. But he does have a cool arc, but it's not crazy.
A little bit.
I think it's brownie points. He deserves some brownie points for being able to stick up against a one-eyed guy who's fucking psychotic.
A one-eyed psychopath.
Yeah, he just kind of like went for it. He just.
I mean, ultimately get them killed, but
he did it just for Andrea too. Like he cared for her. I respect it. Girl boss vibes. He does give
Girl
off
boss
girl boss vibes.
Definitely gives off some girl boss vibes for sure, no doubt.
I'd say like a low C. It's a very small but fulfilling arc. Like it's complete. Like he starts off as this little mouse of a character, and then he goes out guns blazing. Now, okay, look. Arguably the best villain of the whole show.
Are we talking like when Negan went bad, or are we talking like
No? Okay. Okay, I don't think Negan's a villain.
Really, you don't view him as a villain.
He is
ever.
Is Rick a villain? Like
I guess you can hold him at a bit of a neutral character. I guess the governor was definitely a villain if you look at it that way.
With what they did with Negan, I don't consider him a villain. Like Rick has had his cold, harsh moments as well, but we don't consider him like the villain of the show. Negan gets introduced as a villain, but he becomes probably the best character out of all of them at the end there. At least season 9 wise. I'm talking like that redemption arc in season 9 where he goes off and saves Judith and everything. I don't consider him a villain like that anymore. Like I think with that character arc, I think Negan is a fully fleshed, complex character in this show. Governor, however, does not have that. And
this guy is the legitimate villain. I definitely see it.
He's complex. Like he had his moment there in season 4 when he had his little family, and you thought that he was changing. He saved this family.
And some of his conversations with Andrea had me thinking that maybe he's not really that bad of a guy.
He is so complex at so many different levels. It almost felt like a Game of Thrones character at some points. Like just how many different levels this guy had. I loved it. For me, he's an S. Like there is so much shit going on in that guy's head. I loved every second with him. He's psychotic, and you can see him like trying to do better, but he keeps falling, and at the end, he just does not redeem himself, and he falls all the way down. I loved it. I loved every second with Governor.
Falls. I do love the Governor. Everything about him I appreciate.
Yeah. Psychopath.
It's just as strictly a villain. I feel like maybe besides when we finally fucking meet the Alpha, because those guys are fucking psychos as well.
Yeah.
He feels like the only like because like you said, Negan does eventually. I don't know, I still view early Negan as a fucking villain,
Well,
but he
100%.
does.
The same way that, like, Rick was, like, a little out there at one point as
Yeah.
well, but we don't say, like, oh, Rick's my favorite villain of the show, you know? Like, we don't...
Yeah, funnily enough, like he feels like he might very much be one of the very few villains. Like it's almost like everybody. I hate to say it because I said it earlier. It sounds stupid, but like he wasn't a person that's just like out to survive. Like he
Yeah.
held more of a purpose with his community and everything. Just sadly, what he thought his community was worth and what he wanted wasn't quite what you would have expected.
I like, when I think of, like, Walking Dead villains, the Governor is one of the few that only, like, comes up in my head. I don't know. Because, like, the Governor comes into my head the same way, like, Ramsey does, or, you know, Cersei. Like, he is at that level of villain, where other ones, like the cop bitch, like, I don't fucking care about. Like, I didn't give a shit about what she was going on. Or even the cannibals at a certain degree, like, I'm not compelled by what... It's not as complex. Like, I don't really care.
Yeah, he had more shit going on.
He had
and sadly, with the other two that you mentioned, like I said, it's like they're just surviving. That's just their thing. Yeah. You can't tell me that there wouldn't, even in a real life apocalypse situation, there wouldn't be cannibalism. There wouldn't be some psychopath with authority issues. Which is basically what the cop woman and what the cannibals quite literally were. Like, that's just like your typical shit.
Yeah.
He's more of a fleshed out villain that has more behind him besides, oh, I'm the guy who's in charge here, or oh, I'm the dude that eats other people. Like, it's just, it holds more.
You hit that right on the head. Yeah, exactly. Governor with his daughter, with Michonne, and then his weird, like, it was like as if they were trying to do a redemption arc and then like half a step away from it. Like they stepped away from the redemption arc. You know what I mean? Like he goes up, kidnaps Herschel Michonne, straight up tells him like, hey, like on the real, on the on the down low, like I'm over it. Like I don't care like what you did, you know? And he did get over it, but he's still a villain. Like I find that so compelling because like a human being would. Like just because you get over something doesn't mean you're a good person. You know what I mean? Like, it's so compelling. I love that so much. But yeah, you're so right about the other villains. Like, they do not hit the same. The only other quote-unquote villain would be Shane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Shane's just, on that level of just complexity. I love it.
There's just so much more going on behind that head besides what is actually happening.
Yeah. Yep.
I think the only other character that I feel like they just didn't flesh them out enough because they just, I don't know, we didn't get enough screen time with them, was sadly with Alpha and Beta. I feel like if Alpha and Beta had more screen time behind them, maybe they could have reached that same standard, but I feel like it's more of like they're just a bad guy because of this and this, or they're just some evil person. And that's all they gave them. That's basically it. Like, I didn't feel much behind them, so...
that just shows how much goddamn filler there was in that show. Because it was a 20 fucking episodes a season, and you say there wasn't much screen time for these characters. Is wild to hear. 9 seasons, dude. 9 seasons.
I just feel like for
episodes.
Those characters in specific, like in these other ones, like we see the Governor a lot. We see Negan a lot. We see them a lot, and we get in this season 9, well, half of season 9. This Alpha and Beta we speak so much of as this big bad guy. And I'm pretty sure they get more screen time in even season 10.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, even leading up to season 9, like, we don't know much about them other than seeing them in a couple of episodes, if that, and then meeting, like, Alpha's daughter or whatever it is. Like, that's all we get. That's it.
Yeah.
Which I guess kind of helps with the build-up to the whole...
It is horrifying.
Cutting off the heads and the pikes and everything. But at the same time, it's just like, that's just how I felt about the season and how their character was built up in that season.
It is, I think... In terms of villains, the best that we got ever since, like, Negan and Governor was Alpha. and Beta. Because
What I feel like what they were trying to do with Alpha and Beta was the same Negan vibe, but didn't honestly do it the same because we did not see Negan at all until Negan showed up.
Yeah.
Like when Negan showed up
Yeah.
and he killed Glenn and Abraham, that was Negan. We knew that was Negan. And this wasn't the case with Alpha and Beta. Like we'd seen Alpha and Beta. They even had scenes with Alpha and Beta in season 9 with her daughter and everything, I believe. And it's like it didn't feel quite the same, but it definitely felt like what they were aiming for. They were trying to pull off another Negan, and they didn't do it quite the same. Which I don't blame them for doing it quite the same. You don't want to do the same thing repeatedly, but sadly, it's just how it felt. It felt like they were trying to do it again.
I didn't really care much for them as characters, but as the organization of the Whisperers themselves, I was completely sold on. They were horrifying. Like seeing the walkers like stop and then move towards the that was the idea,
dude. Yeah, what makes this so creepy is you get so much imagery throughout these seasons of these crowds of walkers. Just walking and walking and walking.
You see like one stop in the middle of the fucking group, just stare at them.
They show it like mid-season 9 before we even lead up to the group, and they just stop. They're not moving. They're not doing anything. They're obviously following something.
Oh my God.
Or following somebody. Like the idea of it is creepy as fuck. And I don't want to jump too far into it because they're later on. We'll get more into it. But
yeah. What was that? Garth, whatever the fuck his name is.
Is this guy played by Adam Scott? What the fuck?
No, close. They look alike.
That guy looks like Adam Scott, does he not? Or am I crazy?
Kinda. Knockoff Adam Scott.
He's definitely a knockoff Adam Scott.
Too
skinny actually. Now that I'm looking at him.
I wasn't so like, okay, obviously I'm not judging by what they did, because the idea of like you joining a group and all of a sudden you realize that they're eating your friends is horrifying objectively, but I'm judging him as his character. And if I'm judging him as his character, I was not sold by it, because like the whole philosophy behind why they did it was just stupid, in my opinion. Like it was just dumb. I don't think they really thought it through. Definitely not as much as the governor. I don't know. I just didn't really care much for him. He was just another scary bad guy. Like he was just another bad guy for Rick and company to slaughter. But eating people is horrifying. Like he does deserve brownie points for that. I don't want to get eaten. That's scary. And he did leave off. Okay, I will say this. He did leave off quite the note for the finale of season 4. Because that finale, I was very hyped up for season 5 after Rick and everyone getting corralled into that train car. And Rick's like, they're fucking with the wrong people. Like, that was a good cliffhanger for the next season. Like, these people getting kidnapped by cannibals. Like, that's pretty cool. But him as a character, kind of flat.
Yeah, he was just another bad guy.
Yeah,
like,
that's all he
just,
was. He was just a face for this group, and that's all he was.
I wish they could have done more with him. I feel like he was just held to the standard of just some other bad guy they happen to run into, sadly.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing done much more with him other than that.
It was like, hey, let's make a... What can we do to make these bad guys interesting? They eat people. Why? Don't worry about it. Like, there's no, like, philosophy behind it. There's no, It
kind of feels like after the governor, whatever bad guy, whatever it is, whatever you run into, it's just a small thing. It's just something, because, like, it's almost like they already... I mean, they did. I would assume they already had Negan in mind and everything, but it's just something to keep it in as a little bit of filler leading up to Negan, or whatever big thing comes next, whatever it is.
Yeah. This is funny, but I liked that group that Daryl rolled with before they meet up with that guy, the cannibal. I liked him more than this cannibal guy as a villain. That, like, biker group that Daryl was walking around with, and then they, like, jump Rick. They jump Rick, and then they try to fucking molest Carl, like, as a...
Those are the ones that he fucking went ham on, right? Like...
Yeah, Rick, like, bit out his fucking throat. Yeah.
I forgot that he was... What I mean is I forgot Daryl was even with that group at one point.
Daryl, like, gave up trying to look for Rick. He was like, oh, shit. Like, after he lost Beth, he's like, nah, I'm not gonna find these guys. He just kind of gave up. he gave up on himself, and he just kind of like reverted back to his old ways, being like a bandit, being a bad guy, being a little shitster.
Cooler. Would have been cooler if somehow we followed them for a little bit more. I mean, obviously they just die. But honestly, I would have held them. Yeah, I would have held them above.
I wish he was in here. I wish he was in this tier list because I actually have a lot to say about him. I find him way more compelling than the cannibal guy because we see it through Daryl's perspective, and we know that Rick attacked he killed a guy in a house, but we don't know who's connected to that group, right? Like who that group was. And Daryl, when he meets up with these guys, they go, "Hey, we're hunting down this like guy. He killed one of our men," you know. And they talk about it over a course of an episode or two, and then you find out it is Rick, and I find that really cool. I don't know why they think more about like this tiny itty bitty group than they did in the Cannibal Man over there, but.
I don't. Should place this one. I don't think he holds much in. Even for the antagonist, he doesn't hold much importance in my heart.
Funny enough, we're about to hit Simon there. I find him more compelling than that guy.
I 100% find that Simon.
I love
is
Simon.
far more fleshed out than this guy. I'm just about ready to put this guy D
do
tier.
it.
I see no importance in this man.
All right.
Jesus.
How do you feel about Jesus?
Go. You can start this one. Start me off. What do you feel about Jesus?
I'm trying to get a pinpoint on him. I don't really know how I feel about him. I like him whenever, like I do enjoy him whenever he's on screen. But like him as a character, I'm trying to analyze. Like I don't know how I feel about him because he's just like a sphinx. Like, I don't know who he is really. You know, he's a bit of a mystery.
What's sad about Jesus? You know, as I feel like his character could have done so much more.
Yeah.
Because I mean, obviously he had his own thing going on. His whole.
I kind of like his dad.
His whole like recruiting status and everything, or at least that kind of felt like what he was. Like he was a recruiter. That's what it felt like to me. But if I remember correctly, his death is just. He's the first one to die.
I like it because he was like this karate guy. Like he was the reflex man. Like you can't like they captured him and like, he just broke out of prison and just like waited. Like that was such a funny scene when Rick is naked and Michonne's naked and he's just like in their room. Or when like he's oh my god, I'm sure I like this guy more. But like when he's like on top of the truck and then Rick and Daryl like stop the brakes real fast and you see him like fucking flop off the truck. So like seeing him get the like a fucking person wearing a zombie mask get the drop on him, I think that's like a really good way to introduce like the next big bad. It's horrifying to like he's like, "Don't worry, I got this, Walker, guys," and he goes and gets fucking shanked. Like that's horrifying. It is very horrifying. But him as a character, I don't think we got a whole lot. Like analyzing him himself.
I feel like
maybe I missed something. Maybe I missed the scenes. Maybe I don't remember the scenes. I don't remember a whole lot like him diving into who he is besides him being gay. I don't know a whole lot.
I don't remember entirely a whole lot about him.
I don't either. Which makes me I don't know where to put him. Cuz I like him, but like I'm trying to get at him like who he is as a character. I'm not
I feel like his character holds more and I'm just not remembering it.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like I don't remember him.
Because, I mean, his character obviously held enough importance to, like, when he died, I was like, shit, fuck.
Yeah, I liked it, yeah. I think...
Really?
I think he's a B.
Honestly, I was thinking about just putting him in girl boss territory until I kind of remember what the fuck he is.
Why not?
I think I want to put him above Beth, because, I mean, he was there for quite some time. A lot longer than I remember for some reason. I feel like he holds more importance, but I'm just not remembering.
Well, he was very important because he was like the diplomat. He was coordinating all this shit. He was getting the people together. He was organizing all these meetings between the communities. Like, he is important, That's why I kind of wanted to put him higher. But like him as a character, I don't think they even like really dove into like his backstory or who he is, like his motivations, like why he is doing all of this in the first place. Like I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, I don't remember much on him.
But he's fun. I will say that, and he's a fun character.
He's a fun guy.
Doesn't he hook up with
He's
Aaron in season 9?
yes, he does.
Yeah. Aaron is the GOAT, by the way. I fucking love Aaron.
Is it weird that I think I remember him? He was even in. He wasn't just in the show. He was also in Fear the Walking Dead for a moment too, if I remember correctly.
Was he?
I'm pretty sure he was.
What the fuck? I must have not have watched that far in. I know Morgan was in Fear.
There's some characters like Morgan and Jesus here. Uh, they just fucking mix in with the games and the other shows and everything,
Yeah.
just to give us that little bit of this. Kind of like Glenn in the very beginning of the Walking Dead game.
Jesus also is in the game, by the way.
Yeah, I know he's in the game. I'm just saying, like, he's another one of those characters that just mix him in.
Yeah.
Totally, dude.
I never really cared much. I liked the first like 2 seasons of Fear, but once they did
I
that
didn't
time
care.
jump,
I
I
think-
did not give a shit.
I think I was more interested in the beginning of how the
Yeah.
outbreak started, and then when they got out of that, I'm like, I don't really care anymore. It's like this is the same old shit we've
Yes,
seen in the other
exactly.
show. It felt
Yeah.
like
Yep.
I felt like they were reusing some stuff,
Yep.
like the whole other groups versus other groups, or like whatever. They did the whole shit of the people fighting over the water or whatever the fuck it was, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't really care anymore.
Once, like, I was so into the characters. I liked Travis, like the dad, and I really liked Nick, right?
I really like Nick because I mean, like we saw Nick in the games, and I thought they were gonna do more with him, and they didn't.
Yeah, like Nick was the Carl for me. Like Nick was the addict that was supposed to find himself in the apocalypse. They fucking had a little girl shoot him. What the fuck?
They did nothing else with them, and I'm like, cool, whatever.
I
Yeah,
checked
you
out.
want
I think it was
more?
like literally season 1 or 2. I think it was 2 when Travis gets shot in the neck and he falls out of the helicopter. That's when I kind of like
Yeah.
mentally checked out. I'm like, what the fuck? He is like the Rick Grimes of this show, and you just shoot him in the neck. I don't really care anymore, man.
I don't know. I was just really hoping they'd do more within the city. Like maybe this is some family that stayed in the city a lot longer
That
than
would've
they
been
should
cool.
have, or some shit.
Yeah.
Once they were out of the city and they were on the yacht and everything, I'm like, I don't know. Just I've more viewed the show as a show for the beginning of the outbreak, and then once we left the beginning of the outbreak, I wasn't really interested anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hated that time jump. I really liked the Mexican like grandpa, the CIA guy. That guy was
Yeah. I like that. I like that guy.
I don't know how far he got into, but the cowboy dude with the 2 pistols. Holy shit, that guy was badass. that guy was nuts. Anyways,
I don't remember if I got that far or not.
Simon.
Simon to me feels like the bad guy, the actual bad guy. Like
Yeah, he is
you know
the
what I mean?
villain of the Saviors, in my opinion.
Like he's the bad dude. He's the bad guy. And you're like,
But Trevor from GTA into the Walking Dead universe, you get Simon.
yeah, yeah.
Literally played by the same actor too, which is wild. They just the same character.
Sadly, this variation of Trevor couldn't evolve even in the slightest.
That being said, he does a fantastic job as portraying like this horrifying group of bandits on the road. Like he does it so well, and he honestly carries the certain portions of season 8 for me. Like he is on a warpath.
There are some scenes where I feel like if Simon wasn't as bad as he was, that maybe Negan would have seen a different direction.
Yeah.
Like, if Negan didn't see that this absolute psychopath beside him wasn't staying on the track that he's on, that maybe Negan would have turned good far beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it kind of makes me feel like it makes me feel like if Negan was split in two, where it's just himself and then there's Simon.
Yeah.
That's kind of how he makes me feel sometimes. That like maybe Negan sees the psychotic side of himself as Simon, and that's ultimately what keeps him in this train that he keeps rolling in.
I think that's what Negan literally says at one point. Like, he needs a right-hand man that's able to do that shit. You know?
I'm pretty sure he does, but but I mean, even besides like whatever he says in that point, like that's just how I've always viewed Simon. Like Negan just sees him as like, this is my other half that maybe I don't always want to be attached to, but I need to visualize it sometimes to remind me that I need this.
Yeah, he was the Merle for the governor. You know, just that one fucked up dude that's willing to do the dirty work. You know.
I've got no fucking issues with the part he played and how he played it. I don't see much of anything wrong with this character and how he plays it. He plays a hateable character, which is expected. I definitely hated the dude when watching the show. Like, fuck this guy.
Yeah. And
I hope this guy dies in the most gruesome possible way shortly.
Yeah. And the whole like coup d'etat moment when he's trying to get the factions of saviors trying to revolt against Negan and all that, and Negan's trying to explain that, like, hey, people are a resource. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do if people aren't getting things for us, dumbass? You know, we still need fucking communities. Like, that's the whole system, motherfucker, that we've accumulated. We get supplies from other people, dummy.
This fucking works, buddy, old pal.
We can't just murk everyone.
We gotta really stop killing around every corner.
He's hella I love the scene where Negan gets like slammed out of the road, I think by Rick, and Simon's like, hold on, Negan's a big boy, like, he can handle himself. Negan would want us to actually keep going, and he just gaslights everyone around him. Simon's great. I think he's like a high B for me, like a maybe middle B, like high and somewhere in there. He's great.
Like, I think you hold him at a high B, to be honest with you.
Yeah, fantastic villain.
Honestly,
sorry, Daryl.
I could stoop to this.
Sorry,
I could stoop to this level. Like, is it a while?
I see it.
I get. Yeah, let's go on Negan.
Okay. I'm sorry. Like, look, maybe Rick needs a little buddy to smooch with up there. Rick is Negan's up there for me, man. Negan is the character that drove my entire motivation to watch further into the show after season 6.
Could very much be the main character, and we just don't see it.
He was for me. Like, I did not want to finish the damn show, dude.
He's kind of the only reason why I even watched the newer show. I'm just like, wait, Negan's in it? I'm like, I'm on board. Like,
yeah, Negan is...
You told me Maggie was the only character in that shit? I wouldn't have watched it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck cares about what happens with Maggie's future? Because I sure as hell didn't.
And Negan's just... I was not expecting the complexity of his character to shine through in the later seasons, especially season 9, when he's in the jail cell. Like, holy shit. He's just crying.
Look. He may be complex. He may be complex. I've said it once already, and I'll say it again. The introduction alone of Negan's character
best introduction
is almost
ever.
the most legendary thing that's ever happened on national TV.
It's the last time I have ever witnessed like people talk about a moment in television, like collectively. Like, people went to school, went to work talking about a moment in television. Negan was the last time I've ever seen that happen.
like, I hold this to the standard of Jordan getting the three-peat, dude. Like, come on, it's the equivalent. Like, it's almost the same fucking thing. The introduction of Negan alone, like, if we had nothing else on Negan, like, I know that seems kind of wild, but just like if we had nothing else on Negan besides this scene alone, I would still put him up here. If I'm being honest with you, like. It's just everything about his introduction and even the build-up of his character.
The build-up was what?
Is a great addition. Don't get me wrong, but it was so good, so good. You could have made a fucking movie around this scene, goddammit, and it would have been amazing. It would have been fantastic. Would have won an Oscar, damn it. Okay, like everything about this.
All
fantastic.
Season, we hear about this man, right? We hear
about this bad guy,
boogeyman in the forest, and we only see like pictures of the aftermath of whoever meets Negan. Remember when Glenn saw the pictures in the satellite tower that little outpost? We see little hints of Negan. And then that very scene when they start hearing the whistling in the forest, dude, I had chills up my fucking spine. And the headlights come on, and then Rick for the first time ever, sweat dripping off of his face. He's like, "Hey, we can talk." And Simon's like, "Enough talking, alright? You had your fucking chance." And Negan stepping out of that damn RV, dude. Oh my lordy.
Everything about that scene was sheer cinema. Perfection. Absolute perfection. Everything about it. I don't think I could rewatch a scene and even nitpick it. If I did, I would crucify myself. That's how pissed I'd be with myself. Like it's absurd to do such a thing to such a beautiful scene. It's so excellent. It's beyond excellence. I don't even know what the fuck you have beyond excellence, but that's what it is.
It's like the
introduction of Negan.
All of their
fantastic.
IQ into a singular scene for a season. Like they put all of their manpower into one scene.
They took all their marbles, dude. They put them all into one basket. They took the equivalent of that saying and they did it in a scene. And they did it, okay? Like
it went so far how poetic it was. Remember Dr. Jenner in season 1?
Yes.
Rick said right before Jenner let him escape the CDC, Rick said, "We're grateful." Jenner said, "The day will come when you won't be." You want to know the title of that episode? The day will come when you won't be. Yeah. That was the day Rick wasn't grateful. That was the day that Negan made him his bitch. That was the first day we saw Rick terrified. And it's so good. It's so fucking good.
It's excellent. And I like the difference. I like the image here of him that they used. Like that's that moment where I thought, because like back to the whole like grainy to like cinema type feel it had. When we hit that scene, for some reason, I don't know what it was. It felt like I was watching a movie. We went from television to like I'm in a fucking movie theater in my house really fucking fast.
Weirdly enough, I really liked the graininess. It felt like a timepiece. It felt like I was there, you know?
I liked it as well, but I feel like I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it's like a sense of imagery. It definitely held a sense of imagery to me. Yeah. Like I don't know what it was. Like I said earlier, it felt like a change in era in The Walking Dead. From the moment we hit this scene, it was entirely different. This wasn't a TV show anymore. It's almost like I'm watching a fucking movie right now, okay? Yeah. It's like I'm in the movie theater right now watching Negan beat the fuck out of Negan and beat the fuck out of Glenn and seeing his eyeball stick out, okay? Like it's just
fucking hand twitching, dude. That was, oh my god. That's just the fucking intro of this guy. he has probably the most beautiful character arc after that too. Like
so much more that goes on with them. I mean, I said it already as well. It's just like I wouldn't have even bothered watching the newer show if he wasn't even fucking in it. Like
yeah, he is arguably the best character in the whole show. Just because like. Rick has his ups and downs, but that's kind of like the theme of his character. Like, if you noticed throughout the show, he keeps going up and down throughout the whole show. Negan is
I kinda
one
feel like
big
it's
loop
simple.
of a character, at least within season 9. I don't know what the fuck they do with him later on, but like within the confines of season 9, he has one big loop on his character arc, and I loved it. His whole connection with Judith is just so sweet. It's so wholesome. It's so beautiful. And him begging Maggie to shoot him so he can be with his wife was so sad. Perfect character. Fucking perfect. Fucking great character.
Almost half tempted to put him above Rick.
Just another one, Negan.
No, it's more of like a fuck you, Rick. We put him above in his own category. Sounds good to me.
Damn. Damn, get fucked, Rick. Look like they're kissing.
I just like seeing that even in that picture right there, like I said, it just looks like some sort of different quality behind it. I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it.
No,
Maybe
I felt
I'm
the
just
same way.
crazy.
I thought I was losing my mind because not a single person's ever said it, and I just kept it to myself. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
All right. I don't even know how we go along with the characters after this point, because I mean this is obviously peak perfection, and besides Merle for you maybe all the characters after here, I don't think could even reach a peak quite like that.
Shane and Merle, those are the last two for me.
Oh, Shane. Do I have some words for that fucker?
Shane, he's, for me personally, he's almost on the Rick level. Like he is. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Aaron, my
Yeah, we'll
boy. Love Aaron.
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 The introduction to Alexander, or not Alexander. What the fuck is it called again?
Alexandria.
It is Alexander. I don't know why I'm drunk.
Aaron.
The introduction to
Beautiful.
Alexandria.
Yeah, it's great because like the last time we got introduced to a group was the cannibals. Like we got to the point where even the viewers were skeptical. You know, like who knows?
I
who
think
these people were.
Aaron played this part. Like, isn't it funny how every time you're introduced to a new group, you run into this generic guy. I'm not saying like Aaron's generic, but he looks generic. You know,
Yeah,
you run into this generic dude, and then like you find out the hard way that this group is just evil, bad, whatever it is. Maybe it's not only this show, they do it in other shows. But Aaron is a great example of another one of those generic looking characters that you just have to be skeptical of. There's just something about him. I like he
Well,
something about him that makes you think.
Who the fuck is clean shaven and like
That's what
tucked
I'm
in
saying.
his
You know,
button-up
like
shirt in the apocalypse? Like who the fuck?
clean
A
shaven.
psychopath.
Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Zombie apocalypse going with, and Rick's like covered in muck, and he's like, "What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?"
If I met somebody in DayZ and they go, "Oh, good day, Junior. How you doing?" I will shoot that man. If they speak to me like
How
an
do you be my
accountant,
Goodman? I'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude! None of this Goodman shit. Like, what are you on about?"
yeah.
Well,
no,
it's
fuck
like
that.
he plays a perfect introduction to a community that you think is just absolutely evil. Yeah. You're just immediately gonna think that after the history of Rick's group and everything.
Yeah.
And that's something I can appreciate. That's something I can get behind. Tricking the community, just
100%.
fucking with their heads.
Like even like you're almost on Rick's side being so skeptical, and I think that they do it really well here. Like everyone's like, "Hey man, we need to take this chance. Like we're starving out here," and even the viewers are like, "Hey, like fuck this shit. All right, I ain't trusting them."
Remember the other ones? Like, even the governor seemed normal at one point, but
Yeah. And that's beautiful because like he goes from this to like a one-handed, bearded, shaved head like warrior. You know, like he kind of has a beautiful arc.
becomes a real muskrat later on. Like,
He has a fucking like mace as an arm, dude.
pretty badass, honestly.
Yeah, he's kind of a legend. I don't know. I think he's in the B era for me personally.
I think I could easily put him over T-Dog, like quite easily.
Yeah. Well, no, 100%, 100%.
I feel like it'd be a little too disrespectful to maybe put him over Crossbow Man. Harry put Simon there. That's because I think Simon plays an excellent psychopath.
No, it's just that the acting alone did that for Simon. Like that guy is a great actor. I met him a couple of times. The actor of Simon, he's such a sweetheart in real life.
he gives me the idea that maybe he is an absolute fucking sweetheart. Over the biggest roles I've seen him play of this douchebag, I'm not surprised that he's an utter sweetheart.
I think when I was being introduced to him, his immediate words were, "I need to get a cardigan. It's chilly in here."
I'm just imagining him being an absolute fucking racist in GTA right now.
Tidy whities is running around saying slurs. I forgot this guy's name, but I remember being
This guy dies early on, doesn't he?
Negan
Or at least early on
Gutson.
of Alexander. Negan Gutson.
Yeah, he's the guy that plays pool with Negan, and then he tells Negan, like, "Hey, I don't like this Rick guy. Why don't you just kill him so I can be in charge?" He's the son of the lady that was in charge. I forgot her. Diana, I think her name was.
Yeah.
He's a cunt, and in a good way. I hated him.
I remember him early on being a douchebag, but he was a douchebag in his own respect, in which that maybe.
I mean, the moment Rick showed up, his entire family dies. So, like, it's kind of justified why he's
fair
angry.
enough. Yeah, his dad dies very fast.
Yeah. Yeah. With season 5, how fast that shit happened. Yeah.
Yeah, like a few episodes after Nick even shows up, or Rick even shows up.
Yeah. I mean,
Bro's dead.
props for that. Props for making me hate you. And then
But I could have swore he was a douchebag early on, was he not? I thought he was like a
yes,
he was a fucking cunt like the moment they got there in Alexandria.
he was like the pretentious rich boy, you know, like he's like, "Let me show you how to do this," kind of a vibe.
Yeah.
And then he tries to hook up with Rosita? Him and Rosita
surprised.
almost had a thing.
Rosita's hot. I'm not surprised, but
Yeah. But that's about it. He goes up to Negan, tries to smooch up to Negan, and then Negan does not like that. He's like, "Hey, why don't you kill Rick yourself? I'm not your boy," and guts him because he doesn't like bitches. And that's the same scene Rosita tries to shoot him. That's like the same scene there.
I only have bad memories of this guy. He's a fucking cunt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, so I'm not saying that maybe he didn't play a bad role. Obviously, he did it correctly. Whatever the fuck he was doing, it made me hate him enough.
I think he's like, I almost said C, but I don't think he's above Rosita. I think he's like in between Milton and Rosita.
Yeah, I could put him there. I agree with that. Yeah.
This guy literally did nothing.
Fuck is this guy?
He's the boyfriend of Aaron. All he's
Oh,
there
he's Aaron's
for...
boyfriend in the very beginning,
Yeah.
right? He dies on.
Yeah, all he's there
He's
for
just
is
there
to
to push
die.
Aaron's story.
Yeah, that's it. That's all he is. He's there to progress Aaron's whole arc. That's it.
I hold him to the same level of Enid then.
Yeah.
Maybe not the same. At least Enid had a little bit more going for it, but Gareth was practically a useless antagonist for me. What the fuck did I just do?
thought you like
What?
backed. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I thought that was all over.
Okay. It's all done, boys!
I got scared. There goes 2 hours of my life. Jim. The man, the
Jim.
myth, the legend.
He doesn't sound like that much of a legend based off the way he said it.
He's the first guy to die in season 1. He's not that. He doesn't do a whole lot.
He just dies?
Yeah, he's the guy. He gets bit when the camp gets overrun in season 1, and they leave him on the. It's kind of sad. It's really sad, but like we're judging him off of his character. He does not do a whole lot. Same with
Okay,
that
on to the
guy.
next.
Same category as that guy, but he somehow survives that whole thing. Randomly shows up in season 8 just for Daryl to shoot him again. Like, it's so fucking dumb. He's also F. It's the most retarded character return I've ever seen in any media ever. It is so stupid. This guy, he is really nice in season 1. He's the guy who's on top of the roof with Merle.
I remember this guy. I love this guy. This guy was great.
Hang on. No. I want to complain more about
Oh, wait, this
the
guy?
Mexican guy. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
this guy? Oh, the
Yeah.
You go off. You go off, champ. I need to piss again.
This fucking guy, he was the guy on top of the roof with Merle and Andrea and T-Dog in season 1. And he talks with Rick up there in Atlanta. And
Yeah, I remember.
and then at the end of the season, he decides to go off with his family, right? And goes off on their own journey while they go to CDC. And that's the last time we ever see of him. They say, good luck, have fun. He somehow makes it to Negan's group in that time span, loses his family, becomes like this like bad guy, this bandit because he lost his entire family. Basically goes through the same shit that Rick's been going through this whole time. And within that very same scene that Rick sees him, recognizes him, Daryl shoots him in the fucking face.
Seems respectable enough.
7 seasons later, we see him for a singular season. I mean, scene. It's the most retarded comeback I have ever seen. Why? Why bring back a character for just that scene for Daryl to... Rick, like, immediately goes, do you know who that was? And Daryl goes, it's so disrespectful. If I was the actor, I would be so pissed. Daryl goes, yeah, nobody. And they walk away. Like 7 seasons later, just to fucking shoot this guy in the face. That man did not deserve that.
What the fuck? What was this guy's name?
It starts with a G, I think. I don't know. I remember there's a lot of theories back in the day on the internet, like, where did this guy go? Like, we haven't seen him since season 1. They answered that in the worst possible way. Oh, God.
Fuck. I
Fucking,
need to find this man.
it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb. I've never been, like, I was brain dead for, I don't think I technically never finished season 8. I was so done. Like, I was mainly watching it for Negan and Rick. And then that shit happened. Fucking Carl. I think I stopped at the battle at the hilltop. I think that was like the last episode I watched. And then I skipped all the way to the finale. And then I just watched the finale. I was so checked out.
Got no fucking clue with me. I'll figure out at some point. I don't remember this episode at all.
It's so dumb.
I'll have to look into it a little bit later.
Yeah. Dale. My boy.
Put in my fucking notes because I won't remember after this night.
Okay. Dale, one of my personal favorite characters. I love him. Him and his little bucket hat.
Bro's just a guy trying to figure out what's going on, get through this apocalypse like any normal person.
Yeah, man. He was the Herschel
Trying-
before Herschel, you know? He was...
He's trying to get to the bottom of it. You know, he's helping people figure out their way.
He was a father figure for Glenn. I remember when Glenn was trying to give him... trying to get relationship advice from him. It was kind of adorable. And Dale was like, what the hell, you're banging the farmer's daughter? Come on, man. It was so adorable. It was so
Naturally,
cute. He's like, yeah, bro.
Glenn's a fucking catch. I mean,
Herschel was the morality figure before Herschel showed up. Dale was great. Dale, he went out in such a gruesome way too, and And that's another bonus point for Carl. I love that whole thing, like Carl being super guilty because he recognizes the walker that killed Dale. And that was the peak for me in season 2. I love that whole thing about like what do we do? Like what's the morality there? Like what are the ethics of keeping a hostage, you know? Like what is that? You know, I love that whole dynamic of Shane, Rick, Herschel, Dale, they're all arguing over it. I think he deserves to be really high, my personal opinion. Like a low A.
Really, a low A.
Like a low A. Like bottom A.
Low A.
But like for what he did to the group, I think he deserves it for like the short time he was there.
Fair. I mean, it's not like it's the last time he's referenced. He's not forgotten.
No, people do, yeah. One of the few characters they talk about.
I know, something about him always comes back.
Well, I mean, he was like the only guy arguing for morality, like keeping a structure there, you know? He was the only guy arguing for that. And that stuck with a lot of characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
My deep belief is Shane had the fucking biggest crush on Rick ever.
He wanted to bone Rick.
He wanted to bone Rick
Okay, look.
so fucking badly.
These next 3 characters, you're gonna have to talk me out of not putting S on all 3 of these characters. Shane is the GOAT. He's the whole reason why Rick got jumped into this whole character arc in the first place. Shane is huge. Shane is the anti-Rick. Shane drove that entire like other side of that plot. Without Shane, season 1 and 2 wouldn't really have much of a plot.
No, season 1 and 2 would have been bland as fuck.
Yeah, he's the one that drove that shit.
Shane was the guy. He was the one, even if he wasn't really.
He was the guy, bro.
he was the guy, especially if you asked Lori. But
and Andrea, don't forget about Andrea.
And Andrea, they love that big horse cock of his. But I can put him ass. I can put him ass. I can get away with it.
Great character.
How high an S are you thinking to put him?
Governor level, honestly.
Okay. You didn't say something fucking crazy. That I'm fine with. No, I've been giving this man Glenn so much fucking worship for this entire fucking sequence. I could not imagine myself putting Shane any higher than that.
No. Honestly, I think if I'm looking at it, I think Herschel and Glenn will stay there, like at the top of S, in my opinion.
No, I mean for sure, I definitely hold Shane at a governor level.
Yeah.
Maybe even higher than governor, because I mean, like the governor didn't. I mean, the way I look at it is Rick is top of the list.
That's so true. Shane is foundational. I think he's
and Shane is he's his foundation. He's what starts Rick off for the rest of his. I like to view Rick as in his beginning episodes. I keep using this word, but like he's not in survivor mode. He's in like this limbo. I don't know how to describe it. Like he's trying to figure out what the fuck is this world I'm in.
Imagine waking up randomly and just.
Well, I mean, yeah. But I mean, even in season 2, when he's had a bit of time to kind of figure it out, he's still in this limbo.
Yeah.
And then it finally clicks. Like he needs to get Shane. He needs to get rid of Shane, and he has to make the hard decision of how he does it, where he does it, how it happens. It doesn't go quite to plan. I mean, like Carl's there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that just triggers him different. That's what ultimately starts his climb through his to his peak. That's what starts him off.
Yep.
it's like a. I like the way people look at it when they story write. You know, like everybody thinks about their start and their climax, but nobody thinks about their middle. You know, and I feel like this is Rake's middle. Like I feel like that middle part before the climax is what keeps the uplift going. This is his moment. This is Shane pushing him to his absolute climax when he reaches there. I'm so intoxicated that saying the word climax repeatedly is just making me giggle a little bit.
You saying that Shane made Rick reach his climax?
But you know what I mean.
No, I know exactly.
He's the middle part that pushes him on. That's the way I look at it a little bit. Is it keeps him going? It really keeps him on going on to his peak. Sorry. Pushing him towards his peak.
Yeah.
But my point being is, like, I hold him to a higher standard than Governor because, like I said, he pushes our main character that we hold to the highest absolute, other than Negan, pushing on in a story. It's like, yeah. I would say it'd be like if a character what if Jon in the Game of Thrones truly did push Dany to a higher peak than what she was in the show. Like, they would have both been higher up on our tier list if they both did their part like these two did.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, I guess, possibly, depending on how the show ended.
I think the closest comparison you can make is like Alistair Thorne and Jon, like the bully pushing the protagonist up,
yeah.
You know, kind of in that way, yeah.
If Jon was fucking S tier somehow, like, that's exactly what it would have been.
Yeah.
I hold to kind of the same standard.
Yeah, 100%.
Without saying the word climax as much as possible.
That sentence alone, dude. Shane helped Rick.
Shane pushed Rick to his climax. On to Merle.
Alright. Talk about the most surprising character in this entire show. Like, I never expected to see Merle again, period. Like, I remember my mom and I, for the first time ever, we talked about a TV show together. When Merle, like, disappeared in season 1, we used to, like, theorize, like, what happened to him? Like, he's gone. Like, he chopped off his fucking hand and he's just out there somewhere. And we used to theorize. And I remember us going to the video store and renting the entire season on disc once, like, season 3 dropped. We got it came in, like, 3 hard cases that were, like, taped together. Like, you know, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it was like a collection of just discs, because it was like 20 episodes long. And I remember seeing fucking Merle for the first time again, and my jaw fucking dropped. I was like, oh my god, this guy is back, and he has a fucking knife on his hand. The most badass thing. What I didn't expect was to be so wrapped around his character. Like, he just oozes charisma, and that's not the reason why I really hold him to such high regard. He fucking died for a group that did not give 2 shits about him, all because of his brother, his love for his brother. And he had this random ass redemption arc that I did not expect. He has the same effect I did on that George did on me with Jaime Lannister. Like, this guy who is just fucking awful. Merle is racist. He just is antagonistic. The very first scene I see him in, he's just popping zombies off of a skyscraper, dropping slurs, and like getting into fights with the other survivors. Like, the most antagonistic guy you could create. And all of a sudden, you're making me sympathize with him. And he went out like a fucking G. And when he's tied up on that roof, and you see him, like, begging to God, like, give me something, give me a chance, he's begging, he's just pleading with God, essentially. And when his death scene happens, and the governor bites off his fucking fingers, breaks his arm, breaks his rib, and his final words are, I'm not gonna beg you. He's not talking to the governor, he's talking to God, because he's made his bed. He redeemed himself by sacrificing himself for this group. And I think that is one of the most poetic full character arcs that I did not expect at all in this show. And that's why I hold him at S, and I need to either you're okay with it or I need to be talked down from S tier for this guy.
I mean, story alone does it for him, does it not?
Dude, it's what they should have done to Jamie, man. Like, oh my god, it's so good. A lot of people hate on him just because he's a racist southerner biker guy who's methed out and has got chlamydia.
Racist fuck, dude. No. I can't disagree less with you, or even whatever the word I'm looking for. I don't disagree with you at all.
I love when he tries to hook up with Andrea and she dismisses him and he goes, "Rug muncher, figured as much."
I can't blame him. I think he's one of those characters whose story alone holds him up to such a high standard.
Yeah, dude.
That you'd want maybe out of some other side characters, or even characters that just appear out of the blue again for the second time, like some certain somebody. But
they actually do something with his reappearance. Jesus Christ. He's also like the character that I would like to see find God, because like he talks with Herschel when he's in the prison about the Bible. He's like, Woodbury's had a damn library. And, like, he reads the Bible, like he finds God. I'm like, that deplorable character finds God. Like, that is the character I would like to find religion. It's such an interesting character. Now, I think the girl boss of the show is up next.
Give me your opinions,
I think for me personally, she definitely has her ups and downs. Just as a character, I think she gets a little redundant. I think that's because like we see her like overcome her fears and then somehow like overcome her fears again. Like it kind of gets a little redundant that she's like this badass. Besides that being said, seeing her growth is fantastic. Seeing her overcome her abusive husband, being like this pensive little woman who's a little mouse, kind of like a better version of Beth, honestly. And then her taking action, like her actively doing what's best for the group, even when the group hates her for it. One of my best moments for her is in season 4 when that plague happens. One of the best moments in the show for me personally, because like it shows what happens when you don't have like medical care on hand at standby at any point in modern day. Like a common cold suddenly becomes a very big problem for people if you don't have just regular ass medicine. I love that whole era of the show that they don't ever touch on again, but whatever. Carol takes action and she burns bodies. She kills people and burns the bodies without any clearance from anyone else. And she gets kicked out for it. Rick kicks her out for that. And she gets kicked out by this group. She gets ousted and she comes back and saves their lives. I think that just goes to show just how badass she is. Like she's ousted by this group, but still shows up for them at the end of the day. But after that, I think they're constantly trying to prove the point that she's a badass, even though that kind of proves it in and of itself. Like she constantly has these moments of like, oh, look at her, look at how far she's come. But besides that little nitpick, I think she's a badass woman.
Kind of tagging along off of that, how she got ousted and everything. I feel like ever since that point, she never felt like she was part of the group, which is understandable.
Mm-hmm.
But like she reaches a point, even when everybody accepts her eventually, when they're all in Alexandria, that she still just kind of veers off and goes with Ezekiel and the kingdom and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sometimes it makes me feel like it's like she doesn't go with Ezekiel in the kingdom because she loves Ezekiel in the kingdom. It gives me the sense of feeling that she goes with Ezekiel in the kingdom because she doesn't want to be with them anymore.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what it is. Like her character doesn't give me that vibe.
That's not the first time
Like,
it happened, by the way. She runs off with Daryl in season 5. Remember that?
yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, like she does this permanently. Like
Yeah.
she's with the kingdom for the rest. I think even through seasons 10 and 11. From just that point forward, like
Mm-hmm.
she's even when she so-called divorces with Ezekiel, if I remember correctly, she's still in the kingdom. She never goes anywhere. Besides outsing herself, even from the kingdom at a certain point, and she's just on her own. But I
What's
don't
the
know.
point? If
Her
she's gonna do
character.
that, what's the point of coming back in the fucking first place?
That's my point. Is I shouldn't talk too much about the seasons afterwards, but like even during like season 9, like I said, she goes to the kingdom and she just kind of just leaves the group, even though they finally reach this acceptance. Funnily enough, it's after Rick is gone. They all reach this acceptance of like Carol is one with the group now. She's here,
Motherfucker, it's been
and
10
then she's
years.
just, and it's like she goes with fucking Ezekiel in the kingdom, and it's just I don't know. It's just I think that's my only issue with that.
I think she's an A, honestly.
I
Now
could
that I
hold her
thought it through.
a very high A.
Yeah.
That is the only instance that really bugs me because it doesn't really. She doesn't give me the vibe of somebody who just like I get it, like somebody falls in love or something like that, but she doesn't give me that vibe, after the abusive husband history and everything.
Yeah.
Like she seems like the type of person that would stick with her group, like the type of
Yeah.
person that like, yeah, I was outed out at one point, but like I gained their respect again, and they all love me and they all appreciate me, and she just what ups and goes again. Like I don't know, it's just
It was before
something.
her. She was. I don't know why she was out there at this point in the show, but I remember she already left before um season 8. She was because she was living in that house because they had to go out to tell her that Glenn died and Abraham died. I remember she's living
Yeah,
in
I
some
remember
random
that.
house when it happened. She had no idea
Yeah,
that they were dead. Yeah, I think season 4/5 was like peak for her because like she still came back, but after that it felt like they just didn't really know what to do with her.
besides that, I mean, like I don't know, season 9 still like that's one of the most current seasons that I've viewed recently.
Yeah,
She definitely held once again as another character kind of just held apart in the series. Uh I mean even with that, like even with their own kid and everything, like I didn't feel much of an importance out of her.
I will say she did have a really cool moment when they made it to Alexandria because she acted like a little klutzy old lady to get underneath their skin. So they didn't know that she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. She was kind of like pretending while they were there. Um, and then she like revealed herself to be like this badass once the stupid fucking wolves that attacked. Remember that random ass group that attacked Alexandria, and she like revealed herself to be like a badass the whole time. I like
Yeah.
that. I like that a
I
lot.
almost hold her to the same place as Michonne, just about.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh maybe even higher than Michonne, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know.
I
Like
do.
the only thing that would change my opinion in Michonne, if we're thinking of the accounts of seasons 1 through 9, yeah, I would hold her higher than Michonne.
Yeah.
If we were afterwards, sure, maybe I'll hold Michonne higher than her. I would even take into the accounts that Michonne might even possibly be a low S tier. But
Mm,
besides that, if we're thinking in the aspects of only seasons 1 through 9, I hold Carol above Michonne here.
interesting.
Who the fuck is this dude?
Okay, I don't know his name. I remember seeing scenes of him. He's a savior that tries to hook up with Maggie. Like he's a prisoner of war, and then he kind of becomes on like he kind of turns on their side. I don't know what he does because I skipped a lot of season 8. I won't lie to you. It was so bad, but he shows up in season 8 during the war.
He seems like the type of dude that good after a southern baddie. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what he
I
does.
get the vibes.
I don't know if he died or not. He's kind of just like just a dude to be like sympathetic for on the savior side. That's the gist I got from him. Okay, this guy does such a good job being a prick. I love him.
I was gonna say, he's almost I don't remember his name, but he's almost on the levels of fucking Joffrey.
Yeah,
Like just something about him being a fucking prick just pisses me off.
he's
Now
such
I don't
a-
know if he had the same levels of Jack Gleason and how he was so hated afterwards, but
Yeah.
I definitely feel that. Like everything this guy did, and even going out of his way to try to turn his whole entire community against Maggie and everything, like irritated me in the same way that maybe Joffrey was trying to turn the whole kingdom against like everybody else. I almost hold him to the same level. I feel like he did his job properly.
I love
Everything about him pisses me off.
He is such a prick. He doesn't call Rick by his name. Like he calls him by something else. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like every scene Rick like tilts his head a little bit. He's like, "That's not my name." He does such a good job just being an over the top douchebag. It's almost laughable.
I could easily put him A tier just for how much of a fucking douchebag he portrays. Like,
I was
and he
gonna
does it
say around
perfectly.
like Simon level, like maybe low A, high B.
Honestly, dude, I could be a jackass and hold him above Daryl. I could get behind that. Just because I feel like he plays the role of a fucking utter douchebag fucking perfectly.
Yeah.
You know what? I fucking will.
Sorry,
He plays the role of an absolute jackass so well that just even seeing his face right now kind of just triggered me. But this is the cuck, isn't it? This next
Yeah, cuck boy. Cuck boy.
cuck boy.
I
He's
like-
a cuck boy. Yeah.
I like what they were doing with him, right? Like what they were
gonna say-
doing was cool, but Daryl, like I thought he was gonna come back, like most characters do. Daryl tells him to fuck off at the end of season 8, and he does. He shows up in fucking Fear the Walking Dead, and that's where he's been ever since. I don't know
He was like,
how to judge this guy.
wasn't he like supposed to be like the next Simon or some shit? I thought that's like kind of like his standard. Or am I crazy? Or am I thinking of someone else?
No, he was like the insider.
I thought he got so inside with them that like even Negan held him up to a higher respect.
Yeah. And then he betrayed him at the end.
Like he was one of Negan's top guys besides Simon himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Obviously, he was a little traitor and a little rat.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I feel like they did. If I remember correctly, they didn't do much with the story though. Like
No, like season 7 and 8, they propped him up a lot, right? Like he was the reason why Rick had like an upper hand on anything going on. Like he was the inside guy, and they were popping him a lot in those seasons because like he had a big rivalry with Daryl for a while. Like that was like the big dynamic. Like
Yeah,
he stole his crossbow and his fucking vest and everything. And then they did nothing with him, and Daryl told him to fuck off, and he genuinely did. It was so disappointing not seeing him again. So I don't know how to place him because he's technically still around, but just not in this main series.
I don't know where to. That's what I thought. Guy then.
I couldn't tell you. Not very high in my opinion. Like I don't like what they did with him, but
I think they could have done more with him.
a
Is the
lot
thing.
more. Yeah, they could have. Because he is a big character in the comic books. He becomes quite an important figure.
I don't think he's deserving of a D. I don't hold him at an extremely low C. Like he might, like no matter who else we put in there, possibly he'll always just be the lowest. Because I feel obviously his character could have had more. For some reason I can only remember him as a little cuck boy, but the absolute lowest of C.
Amy.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember jack shit about this chick.
She is just Andrea's sister, and she is there to die, so Andrea has her little emo phase.
That's what I say. She dies very fast, does she not?
She's like the first character that we know die.
I have no idea where to put her then. Besides the fact that she just dies. I mean,
it is kind of cool seeing, like, for the first time seeing a character turn. It is like a cool for the first time view, but besides that, it's nothing. Like she doesn't do anything. Yep. Same thing with this lady. She just she's there, and she dies at the end. She decides to stay with the doctor when the CDC dies. It blows up. Sorry, when the CDC blows up. Yeah. All right. Probably one of the most over-the-top characters in the entire show.
Ezekiel.
This man feels like a comic book character.
I think. I don't know how I feel about him.
I like it. Whenever he is very fun to watch. I will say that. Whenever he is on screen, I do enjoy his presence.
I fucking everything he's so like. I'm not gonna say he's necessarily wise, but
No.
like every time you see him prior to season 9, right?
Yeah.
He has a sense of wisdom. I'm not saying he's wise, but I'm saying he has a sense of like some knowledge.
Yeah.
And leading up to his son's death in season 9 is so aggravating that you're irritated with him because you just like the deaths at the end of season 9 are so fucking predictable.
Yeah.
Or like you just like know it's gonna happen. Maybe not necessarily to the amount of characters that did die. But, like, you know something big is gonna happen. Something. I don't know what it is. And when he continues on to want to host this stupid fucking carnival or whatever the fuck it is, or like, you know, there's just something about it that irritates the hell out of me, and that alone makes me want to put him so fucking low in this list.
The thing I like about his character is that it is the death of innocence, because he is so optimistic. And I was compelled by that scene when he's like, yeah, we're gonna stick it up to the saviors, we're gonna do this, and it looks like everything's going well, and then everyone he went to war with gets mowed down right in front of him, and it's just like this moment of realization that this kingdom that he's propped up isn't real, really. It's all a facade. And seeing his tiger get ripped apart in front of him, I love that. I love that death of innocence about him.
You open up a can of worms, okay? This motherfucker keeps the sense of optimism going on.
Wait,
loses his own son. Like
Wait. Hang on.
Like, I'm telling you, he
the rest
keeps
of season
it in
8,
season
he's
9.
so depressed, though. Does he get back?
I know he's depressed. Dude, he just like I don't know what it is about this build up in season 9. I don't remember if it's a carnival or some day of festivities or whatever. I don't like you saw the finale of season 9, right?
Yeah.
With the pikes and everything. He has this sense of optimism of wanting to absolutely throw this carnival or whatever it is to the peak. Like he will go through whatever
I
it
think it's
takes.
celebrating Rick, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember what it's celebrating exactly, but I mean, it just you reminded me that he does have this depression phase and everything, but he just returns to this exact sense of optimism that kind of pisses me off that he's even reached this point again. Like it feels like his character rebounds to the way it was.
Sounds like a bipolar bitch.
It does. Now that you remind me, this irritates me even more. Because I remember, like, he wanted to, like, have movies played or whatever it is in their theater they have in the kingdom, but they had to get the little light bulb for the fucking, like, the projector or whatever. So they have them go through this impossible task of acquiring the stupid fucking light bulb and all that. I don't think anything crazy happened. But my point is like, he still holds this sense of optimism that he even held beforehand, before he lost everything, right? Like he still has it again even afterwards, and it feels exactly the same as it was before he lost everything.
Sounds like Matthew.
And then
there's extremes on either end. He's either like dying of depression or the most optimistic motherfucker around.
But I mean, at the same time, the guy kind of gives me the vibe of this fucking sheer, like, bipolarism.
Yeah.
Like he does kind of give me that a little bit.
It's interesting.
But now that you've reminded me of this whole arc he had where he's just depressed after everything that he lost during that war, I'm even more irritated that I was reminded about this season.
Or if it's intentional, I actually like it. But I don't think it is. I think they're just repeating storylines. If it's intentional, honestly, I like having characters with little quirks like that, like being a little out there. But I don't think it's intentional. I think they needed Ezekiel to have a storyline.
Oh, they did. They definitely did. They needed him to reach a peak of happiness where they could just tear it fucking down. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of it entirely. I'm not a fan of it. He's definitely bipolar as fuck in this instance. I don't like it one bit. Just because I do like his arc beforehand. I'll put him in like a mid B maybe. I don't think I could go any higher.
I would say like a low B.
A low B?
Yeah.
Just for my boy T Dog, I'd hold him above. I hold him below T Dog.
There you go. I couldn't tell you a singular thing about this guy.
This is fucking
Benjamin.
Is that his name?
I think it is. I don't know.
He was the older son, right?
I thought he was the son of Carol and Ezekiel, like the little adopted guy.
I thought the son of Carol and Ezekiel. I mean, I think he is a son of Carol of Ezekiel, but he's the
multiple?
older one. I thought they had multiple.
Did they? I don't fucking. God damn! I don't.
Hold up, I'm too intoxicated for this shit.
I just remember the son who likes the girl, the whisperer girl, and then he.
This is actually this might be Henry. I don't know why I thought there was more than one.
Well, there was that guy, the little kid. I get these two mixed up, but the kid who dies during the Savior arc that Morgan kind of adopts, and he goes down the psychopath route again. They look very similar to me.
Is Henry not further on? I remember Henry. I remember his name. He does kind of look like Henry, but for some strange reason, I don't feel like that's Henry.
I couldn't tell you.
We'll figure it out later. I'll look it up a little bit. We'll just skip to Morgan for now.
I am very conflicted on Morgan. I don't know how. I loved his whole spiritual journey, but it just feels so unrealistic. To the point where he's not a person to me.
It feels kind of forced.
Yeah, seeing him again, right? Him looking for Rick, what is that, season 5 or something? At the end of season 4, I believe. It's a little hint, him seeing the terminus sign and he has this cool mask on, and he's like on the hunt for Rick Grimes. Badass.
Yeah.
But him being that extreme with his spiritual journey, even though I really like that flashback episode with him and Eastman, the guy that trains him and everything. I like that episode, honestly. But him being that rigid, like, it feels robotic. It doesn't feel like he's a person, like a character. It just feels way too, like you said, forced.
I feel like, is it weird that I would have been perfectly fine if like Rick just met him in the very beginning and never ran into him again?
100%. I think Rick seeing him again all crazy in season 3 was good enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like maybe like when he runs into him again, they should just killed Morgan off somehow. Just something about him being there.
Well, I was just satisfied seeing like what happens in this world. You know, like seeing Morgan go that crazy after losing his son, that was satisfying to me. I'm like, oh, like it's not always happy endings. Like it's not Rick. Like you don't always find your family. Sometimes you completely lose your family, and Rick got very, very lucky. You know, I like to see that, and that was a conclusion for me. Like Morgan lost his fucking mind, and seeing him come back, I'm like, oh, like it's cool, but like seeing him like actually back, like having that hint was kind of cool. Like Morgan's on the hunt, but I don't necessarily like his character. I think they went too crazy with it.
I think everything from the very beginning to when he runs into Rick is all I really needed. Like, I don't really want any more.
Yeah.
I mean, sadly, that means like no matter what, he ran into Rick. You're gonna have to do something else with this character. That's kind of what it felt like a little bit. There was like, oh, he ran back into Rick, but like he's here. Obviously, we got to do something with him, right?
I also find the stick thing so silly.
He's really stuck on this fucking monk way of thinking with this goddamn stick. Like
I don't want to get too deep into it because if I start complaining about the stick, I have to start complaining about how over the top Ezekiel is with his tigers and zoo thing and kingdom thing. Like all of this is all very silly. All right, Michonne and her sword, Rick and his gun. Like this is all very caricatures of themselves. Okay, it's all very unrealistic. But like I think it's just. Morgan doesn't have anything else. I think that's why I'm annoyed by it. Like, there's nothing really else going on with his character. So, like, him and his fucking stick.
His goddamn stick.
It's like they try to put, like, Jedi in The Walking Dead. It's so weird.
Yeah. A sense of the Force, somehow. Kind of want to put him in girl boss category. I don't think he can go any higher. I don't think I like him enough.
Yeah.
I'll hold him above the dumb fucks that just kind of died for the story.
Yeah. Yep.
I hate this bitch.
Yeah. I don't even know why this needed to be a plot line.
Like, it adds more to Beth's situation and, like, why she even had to die. Like, I'm not fully on board with it.
If Beth lived, I would completely understand this plot line. 100%, but she died. So what was the point of even showing any of this?
Yeah, I won't put it in Y tier, but it's practically the most bottom of F tier plot lines. Because I mean the other ones are in there because they just died, but like it's the most bottom of plot lines we can get to.
There is no point, no fucking point. So dumb.
I'm seeing like triplets here. Like who's this?
That is the girl Rick hooks up with when he gets to Alexandria.
Oh, it's the bitch he starts fucking with the family and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
That pisses off that other guy that tries to kill him.
Yeah. That guy I find more interesting than anyone else in that family.
I was supposed to say, she holds absolutely nothing besides a fucking hole
just
for
somebody
Rick.
Rick to hook up with. I do not care about her. The guy was interesting because, like, what are the morals of that? I wish he was in here. Because I like that question of morals with that guy. Like, he's a doctor. Very important role for an apocalypse.
To the same standards as Gareth and whoever the fuck this guy was.
Yeah. They should have put the husband in here. I would have liked to rank
Yeah,
him.
I don't see
see
him, which
him.
is funny because I feel like that's funny that he's not in here.
Yeah.
He's a major factor in that
Yeah. Well,
entire first
it's a
sequence of them
huge-
arriving there.
yeah, it's a huge moral quandary because like the whole town knows that he beats his wife, but he's also a surgeon, which is extremely important for the apocalypse. But what do you do if he beats his wife? Like, what do you do there? What's the moral quandary there? He saves lives, but he's also a piece of shit. I like that. I like that a lot.
Killing of whatever the fuck this lady's name is, Diana, whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah, Diana.
Isn't this her husband or whatever right next to her?
Yeah.
Like, it holds the whole death of him. Like that's like the whole
Yeah, I don't know why.
revolving door around the entrance of Alexandria.
Yep.
That's kind of funny that he's not included in here. It's actually kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Kind of want to find a picture of him. I feel like he should be part of this somehow.
Do it. Just download a picture real fast.
I'm too drunk. Who the fuck is this kid?
That's the oldest son of her.
Is that her son?
Yeah.
Who basically holds the same standard. He dies when they're going through the group of walkers or whatever.
He
some
shoots
shit.
Carl's eye out.
Oh, is he actually? Oh, why do I not remember that scene all that well?
Yeah.
She's kind of Actually, funnily enough, since he does that, I hold him higher than his mother by almost a long shot, like by a lot.
He blames Rick for everything that's been going on with Alexandria, so he wants to take revenge, and Michonne fucking skewers him, and his gun goes off and shoots Carl. Yep.
I feel like I hold him just beneath Enid, but I feel like his role in shooting out Carl's eyes definitely something major to Carl.
Oh yeah, for Rick too.
For sure. Now, speaking about, I know this guy didn't do much.
Yeah.
But like I said, like the guy he kills, I can't remember his name. He holds a very high pushing mark to the arc of Alexandria and everything that happens afterwards, even with Rick.
And
like his death,
his wife
leads. Yeah. Like his death alone leads to everything afterwards, minus Negan. Negan does his own thing because Negan's Negan.
His death allows Rick to take control. Like his death makes Diana realize that she doesn't have as much control as she thought she did. So Rick takes that opportunity to take control.
I feel like I said, maybe he holds a little bit less than Milton because I feel like Milton probably got more screen time than him.
Yeah.
But he holds basically the same type of thing, in my opinion, just based off his death alone.
Interesting.
In my opinion, I could easily put him C tier. I know he wasn't on the screen much, nor did he play much of a part, but it kind of reminds me of some of the Game of Thrones characters that we may have put a little bit higher for pushing some arcs further.
Yeah,
and for some strange reason in my head, I feel like he kind of does the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, he's also the reason why Alexandria is a thing. He built it.
Yeah. I almost hold Diana, whatever the fuck her name is, basically the same mark, maybe a little bit higher because I mean
the way she goes out is a fucking legendary. Like she has a good arc because she is very
I don't remember her death.
She gets bit and then she realizes that Rick was right about everything. Right, and she goes out guns blazing, like she goes out like killing as many walkers as she can as they take over her. Like it's kind of a badass way for her character to go out. Like she realizes, like she gives Alexandria to Rick essentially. Like, hey, I give you permission to take control of these people. It's kind of beautiful.
I don't know why I don't remember her death at all.
It's during that same like whole arc of like the giant herd. In Alexandria.
The big herd that's like coming towards them.
Yeah, it's in that whole arc.
For some reason, just honestly, we'll stick with that for now.
That feels right.
I might have to go watch a video on this or something. I kind of want to know more about this. I don't remember it, but I need to know. If I remember that in the morning.
Piece of shit.
This guy looks like a little piece of shit. Who the fuck is it?
He's Nick. He's a fucking piece of shit, dude. Talk about a snake. Like if you can like implant a snake in a TV show, you just gotta copy whatever the fuck they did with this character. So as a character, all right, as a character, he is pretty important for Glenn. He's the whole reason why Noah died. He runs away. He is one of the runners for Alexandria. And then his whole thing, he gets a lot of people killed. He gets a lot of people of his group killed because he just runs away every single time. He's never confronted anything. And then he tries to kill Glenn a couple of times. Glenn refuses to give up on him. And that's when that fake out scene happens with Glenn. When you think Glenn gets eaten by a bunch of walkers. Because this guy, instead of actually changing, like we've seen most characters do, we've talked about a lot of them who have that like redemption arc. They did a little switcheroo this time, and Nick isn't strong enough to change, so he blows out his fucking brains out right in front of Glenn. And for that, I will give props. Like, that's a good character too. Like, we've seen, I didn't even notice like the pattern that I've seen in a lot of these characters. Just simply talking about them, they have kind of a similar character arc in a lot of them, but they didn't do it with this one. And I'll give them a lot of credit for making such a hateable character, a character that we kind of sympathize for because it's just so pathetic. It's just such a sad fucking character, and he doesn't have the strength to actually change. He blows out his fucking brains. Yeah. Interesting character.
Interesting.
But I think I would have given him... he would be for sure a B if they actually got Glenn killed there, because that would have been such a good ending for both of their characters. But I couldn't put him above like mid C.
I'll hold him beneath Morgan here.
Yeah, simply because of how he's written. It feels weird having him that high up. He is just a shithead. I hate her.
God, I
think she's such a bad character.
I can't let my opinions of the Rick show.
I know what she does in there, and I understand.
Yeah,
I know.
I understand the hating of her beforehand.
Yeah.
So it's so hard to hate on her with her new.
I know. I know how she's connected with the whole thing. I've watched so many analysis videos of that whole season of the spinoff. I'm very much aware of it, but like. They do without nothing with her beforehand, dude.
She does nothing besides change sides far too many fucking times.
Yeah,
during the war. Besides that, I would utterly hate her. It's so hard for me to hate her, though. It's so hard.
It's also so cartoonish of a faction. Like the disbelief of like these garbage people that speak in broken English. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my fucking life. Like, it's so... What a fucking second grader write that faction? Like, what?
I hate that that's like her...
Introduction? Like, who the fuck?
Introduction.
She's supposed to be like part of the Illuminati, and she's living with these garbage people?
She's living with the garbage people, considering she's part of some group that's far greater than anybody else in this universe. Which I can understand why that irritates you, but like her performance and everything in that show.
Yeah, no. Like,
I love it.
Her death scene's great. Like I really like that scene.
But before the Rick show, it's shit. It's not good. Like it's just because I want to put a little bit of respect on the character's name. I would hold her at like high F.
Okay, I'm fine with that. It's so dumb.
Because I seriously like her role in the Rick show. It's really good.
That's fair. That's fair. Andrew.
Go ahead and you start me off. I'm gonna take my 20th piss for the night.
I'm trying to objectively think about her because she really pisses me off.
How two-faced she can be sometimes.
Yeah, I'm trying to really, cause like her comic book version and her TV show version are two like staunchly different characters. Like not even like I don't even know why they use the same name. That's how different they are. I mean, she is really just fucking stupid, and I don't know if they meant to write her that way or if that's just bad writing. I really can't tell. Cause like her like back and forth between Governor and Rick was really fucking dumb. I don't know why she even tried. I guess she just got gaslit that fucking hard by the Governor. Maybe it was intentional. If it was intentional, I mean, fair play. But
I didn't really feel intentional.
I don't know. I kind of see what they're trying to do with her, but I think the writing was a little lacking there.
It made her feel so gullible.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And like her character didn't give off the feels that she's a gullible character.
No. Because I saw what they were trying to do with Amy. Amy died. She was really depressed. Dale tried his best to get her out of that, and then she got left behind by the group at the end of the farm, and we didn't really hear out of her for a little bit. She gets saved by Michonne, and none of that was preaching gullible. Maybe hooking up with Shane. I will say that that's a little gullible. She did hook up with Shane. Maybe wait, hang on. Maybe there's a pattern there. Hooking up with Shane and then the Governor. I don't. Maybe there is a pattern there, Winter.
Absolute horsecocks. Governor had a horsecock.
Maybe she.
Look at that! Look at that psychopath in his one eye, and you can't tell me he didn't have a horsecock.
John Berthal is swinging dick. That's all I'm saying.
Dick addicted. What can I say?
Maybe they were trying to translate that. Like, oh, she hooked up with Shane. She might, fall for the Governor. She did get gaslit. I mean, here's the thing, though. She got gaslit so hard that she refused to listen to, like, her best friend. I find that really fucking stupid. Especially in the apocalypse, man. You gotta pick your battles.
I'm gonna go with the friends here. Especially in the apocalypse.
It's like, yeah, like, it's like, I mean, I have, like, we make that argument in today age, like, bros before hoes. I imagine the apocalypse when, like, your bros are the people that, like, matter whether you live or not.
There's no people I'd agree with more than the bros, dude. There's not a fucking shot I'm believing the hoes.
I don't know. It's weird. It's just a really weird situation with her.
Maybe it's the opposite for women. Maybe they just hoes before bros. Like, fuck, fine.
I could not tell you. It's just she's an odd one.
I kind of hold her in a mid tier. I don't think I could put any in her because of the whole gullible thing. Because she doesn't come off as gullible, and it kind of irritates me that she does in that season alone. The Governor.
Shane trains her how to shoot really well, and she becomes like a crack shot. And she's supposed to be like this badass crack shot, and then she gets gaslit by the Governor. Fuck Shane.
The psychopath, one-eyed fuck.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I might just put her in girl boss tier. Maybe a little bit above Morgan. I don't know. Maybe even above Rosita, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I could push. I think I can push that. I think I can.
Okay. Okay. Now, this guy is at least an A for me. At least. His art is so beautiful. I hated him. All right.
I really did. I fucking hated this guy.
Well, you think he is a bad guy at this point. Like, we just saw the cannibals, right? And you see this guy, freshly clean fucking priest outfit. Nah. Ah, no way.
This is another like I want to hate on the guy, but he has fucking scenes in the fucking Rick show that really changed my mind.
I just love his art. By season like, I think it was season 5, season 6. It was season 6. He does that switch around. He finally finds that courage, and even in the War of Negan, like he actually starts killing people. And he does like he finds that courage. I love his line in the when the walkers come that herd in season 6. He says he finally finds that courage to actually fight. He says that God will save us because God will give us the courage to save us ourselves. I fucking love that line so much. And that kind of underlines his whole character going forward. Like he finds the courage to save everyone himself. It's
They tried to for a second there. I feel like they tried to hold him to the same standard as Eugene of an utter pussy.
yeah.
But then like he kind of avenged himself eventually, and
Yeah.
he shows that like yeah, I'm not like Eugene, that fucking peasant over there. Uh, I'm a different person. I'm a man of God, but I can also I can hold to a higher standard.
Yes. And I won't lie, that one blind eye is very badass in the later seasons.
It's very fucking badass in the Rick and Michonne show too. But
I think he's an A. I love his arc. I hated him so much. And he became such a he blossomed into a beautiful flower.
I'll put him above Dale, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if I can. I don't think it can surpass the amazing Ginger himself. Uh,
When you were pouring the biscuit,
I love
you're trying to make pancakes.
German pancakes. I just love Abraham. Abraham's the man. Abraham's the man I try to be. That I know.
Abraham.
Never mind. Correction. Abraham's the man I know I can never be, but wish I was.
Abraham, I could see like rocking like a really vibrant Hawaiian shirt and like cargo shorts on vacation. You know.
This is why I thrive to be like Abraham. Someday I'll be boning bitches like Abraham, just not today.
You gotta be able to grow that awesome fucking mustache that he has, man.
If I could grow a mustache like that, I'd be rolling in the pussy. Okay, now.
Me too, man. I wish.
Glorious mustache. And now, am I just seeing quadruplets, or who the fuck is this guy?
He is the Simon for Ezekiel. But the twist here is that he is much more diplomatic and he actually wants to work with people. He's very nice in comparison to Simon. He's very diplomatic, which gets him killed, funny enough. So it's kind of interesting. I dig it. He's not like complex of a character, but like the twist on Simon is kind of interesting.
Wow. I don't know.
That blew my fucking mind, dude.
Wow. Wow. There's only 12 cans in that pack, and I've drank like 8, okay? I don't know where I'm at anymore.
I thought you were more talkative tonight. Damn!
I don't even know where to put this guy. I don't remember a fucking scene with this man. I don't know.
High D, low C. Like, he's interesting for that fact, but like, he's not complex. He's like one of the few sabers that doesn't actually want to like fight. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, that feels right.
I'll put him above Sasha.
Axel.
Now I remember this guy's face. There's something about him that's just
I love him.
forgetful.
I love him so much. I'll always remember his interaction with Carol when he thinks that she's a lesbian for her short hair, and he's like complaining. He's like, "There's no other women around here to bang, and like Beth is young, and you're a
he's one of the
lesbian."
prisoners,
Yeah, he's one of the prisoners.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah.
Okay.
And Carol's like, "I'm not a lesbian." And he's like,
Okay.
the short
I
hair,
remember
the
that
short. He's like Joe. He's the Joe of this universe.
All the prisoners had really short lives, did they not? Or
Sadly,
I don't think there was a single one that made it past even that very season.
no. It's kind of sad. I like the two prisoners that we have here.
Honestly, all I remember is him. Yeah, being like. It's not that he's like fucked up. It's that it's very obviously clear that he's been in this building for far too fucking long.
He's cooped up, man. He's lonely.
He doesn't know what to say. Like, you can't even hold him accountable at this point. Like, bro has been in here for far too long.
What's even more depressing, he never left that fucking prison. He died there.
Like,
He gets sniped by the governor. Like, he never left.
he probably wanted to improve as a person too. It's like just for that.
Yeah. This guy needs to be higher than him. This guy's an actual G. Like, he's a homie. He's a brother. Like, he dies on the little invasion of Woodbury. He dies fighting for a group that like didn't do anything for him. He's just loyal. He's a loyal guy.
He's another prisoner, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He just dies fighting for a group that maybe didn't even like him. Sadly.
Yeah. He goes out like a bro.
Because I mean, all the prisoners are just viewed as prisoners, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's pretty. I mean, I can understand them. I'd probably have the same vibe in an apocalyptic situation with prisoners. Like, I don't know how I feel about these guys, but like, what can I do about it? Like,
Look, man, if it's the apocalypse and I see anybody out there, I'm skeptical. But if I see some orange jumpsuits, I like free reign without any societal structure.
yeah,
Fuck you,
I mean,
man.
it's completely understandable, but I mean, like, sadly, it happens to happen to a couple of guys that maybe either in one case has been cooped up in this place for far too fucking long, and in another one's case is like maybe he was in prison wrongfully, or maybe he was just like, this is something stupid, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
But for his case, I mean, like, he made a sacrifice for the group that maybe was needed.
Yeah.
Sadly, none of them would have recognized it, but I'll recognize it. I'll hold him just beneath Morgan.
Amen. Rest in peace, brother.
Respect. Respect.
This guy's kind of cool.
No. I don't know who's holding this MP5K, but I know an MP5K when I see one.
I don't think there's a singular scene that he's not holding that MP5. He's like the guy underneath Merle in the governor's place. And he doesn't do a whole lot. His biggest contribution to the show is season 4, where he escaped the governor in season 3. Like, he's like, fuck you, I'm out of here, you're crazy. The governor coincidentally fucking runs into him again, and this time the roles are reversed. He's in charge of the group, and the governor kind of gets a little jealous of that, and governor ends up killing him. Yeah. So.
He had a whole point, you know. He had a whole certain objective in the governor's eyes. I don't remember him, but I think he did the role correctly.
He's like the Daryl of the governor's group.
He's mid-tier at best.
Yeah.
Bit of a girl boss.
That's a bit high. That's a bit fucking high.
Actually, no, I couldn't even put him higher than the fucking dude that one dude that Rick didn't like kill.
Yeah.
I fucking hate this bitch.
I couldn't. I seen so many. Like, I watched season 9. I don't remember what she did at all.
All she did was practically it. She wanted to bang.
Yeah.
Ezekiel's son.
That.
Like, let's not lie. Everybody knows this. She is ultimately the reason why so many characters die.
Jesus Christ. Didn't she have like a whole thing with like Daryl in that hilltop or something like that?
I'm pretty sure she did. But I mean, it all started with her not wanting to be part of her mother's group. She
Yeah.
didn't want to be a whisperer.
Mm-hmm.
And since she didn't want to be a whisperer, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, the whisperers were a fucked up group. But like she just I don't know. I want to hate her, but at the same time she just wanted to fit in. You know, she wanted to be normal.
Fair.
Like this honestly now you got me thinking about it, it's got me almost tearing up. Like she just wanted to be a normal fucking person. And she was never
the
going to get that.
worst character I've ever seen. She just wanted to be a regular person.
Just wanted to be a regular fucking person. I hate her. Just wanted to be a regular fucking person. Utterly hate her guts. Should not be a character. Should be dead.
It's basically
sure.
what you've said so far.
Let me recoup here.
I have yet to. I don't remember much of her at all. I won't lie. Her comic book version, Carl's still alive, obviously. In the comics, she licks his eye hole. In the comics, if that helps.
She wants to fuck Carl, doesn't she?
Oh, they hook up. Yeah.
I fucking know it. Why am I not surprised?
She licks
this seems like Carl's
his shot out eye socket, like she licks it.
What? What the fuck just came out of your mouth?
If that helps, you.
What the fuck?
If that helps filter your opinion of this lady.
I mean, if there's anything I do remember, in all seriousness, she's literally the reason, because she wants to be normal, is the reason why so many people die there in season 9.
Okay.
She wanted, obviously, she wanted to be a thing with Henry, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Ultimately, why Henry dies. I'm pretty sure that guy at the very end is Henry as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think so.
I think our most crucial part, honestly, is just her connection with Henry, and just she licks Carl's eye hole. That as well.
If I remember that panel correctly, like it is the entire page of the comic book of her like licking his shot out scarred eye hole.
Sadly, I don't know how to judge her anymore because she only gets that half of season 9, and that's it. That's all we really get of her. If we're basing it off of the seasons 1 through 9.
Where the fuck does she go?
So it's really. I'm pretty sure after the deaths of everybody, she gets kidnapped by her own mother and ends up with the Whisperers again.
Oh.
Because I'm pretty sure in the kidnappings, so basically Alpha kidnaps everybody when they're all at like some like barn house or whatever it is, like near the hilltop or something like that. I don't know if it's hilltop or no, the kingdom. Sorry, they're all the kingdom kidnaps all of them, right?
Yeah.
And then kidnaps her own daughter at the same time. So.
Gotcha.
And then that's when the whole heads and the pikes and everything happens.
Gotcha.
She kidnaps her own daughter. I'm pretty sure she only wanted to kidnap her own daughter, but in the same case, Alpha's like, oh, look at these tasty treats.
Yeah, I remember her explaining that, like, you got these guys killed, I was just here for you, but this is a good opportunity.
Yeah, it was literally a whole situation of, like, you basically did this. I don't remember the fucking chick's name. It's like, I think her name's Lydia or something like that.
Yeah.
But, ultimately, she is sadly the reason why everybody died in that case, because they were all there with her or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
She gets them all killed.
kind of cool.
I mean, I think there's probably a lot more to her story, but like I said, like all we get of her is that half of season 9, and throughout
Sure.
that half of season 9, it's just her wanting. She just wants to be a normal kid. That's all she really wants. She doesn't want to be some zombie mask fucking wearer. Like she
Freaks.
doesn't want to be that shit.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to be a weirdo like her mother.
She just wants
She's
to lick
trying to fit in.
eyeballs, man.
I don't think I could really degrade her down into like a D tier, maybe like an extremely low tier of
Yeah.
C.
Yeah.
But like, there's obviously more to her story.
Yeah.
But what she does give out so far, I mean, is it's very comparable even stories like nowadays. So this fucking snake, this little fucking rat, dude. I fucking speaking of characters, like there's characters you hate. Like there's characters you hate because they make you hate them, dude. Then there's Eugene, this fucker that thinks he's an innocent little shit, okay? Like you know what? You know what? But blur this out. I don't care. He reminds me of Caden, dude. Like
I'm gonna cut that and then
this little bitch reminds me exactly of him.
and
Like,
snippet
that's the vibe.
Titan in that. I'm gonna take another clip of you saying Titan.
He
and put that-
reminds me of Titan, dude. No, you don't even have to blur it out. You can just take that cut right there. But like, that's seriously what he reminds me of. This little shit, this little guy, this little snake, dude. This little dude that'll fuck for it. He'll fucking fall for any little bitch. Okay, like.
I didn't think you had that strong of opinion on him. It's always
I'm gonna
typically
be honest
me
with you.
complaining about that little fucker.
I'll be honest with you. Eugene had the biggest little crush on Rosita, but his little fucking cuck boy. Okay, he couldn't even fucking stand a chance.
That was
But-
the funniest fucking scene of Abraham and Rosita getting it on in that store, and then like the camera cuts, and it's just his fucking eyes peeking over the bookcase.
Him looking over like, oh look at that. It's like he's a little. That's my He plays the role. Okay, besides me just utterly shitting on him, he does the role far fucking correctly. Like he does the job of being a little bitch.
He has the most punchable face.
He does. I know I jokingly said this about I'm far gone. I couldn't even fucking tell you who I said it about earlier. But he is literally the equal comparison to Joffrey in this case because he does have a punchable face.
Yeah.
Like he's practically the equivalent, just in a different kind of genre, I guess you could say. Like fucking Joffrey is punchable because he is a douchebag and he looks punchable.
Yeah.
Fucking Eugene isn't even trying to be a douchebag, but he just is. Like he's just
He does
the dude
whatever
accidentally is a douchebag.
Yeah.
Just-
He does whatever he needs to do to get from day to day. That's all he does. Whoever's dick he's got to suck, whatever lie he has to tell.
He's the fucking. He is. When I say survivor, like I said earlier, he is the perfect picture of what I'm talking about. This is a guy that's not just trying to survive. Like he is surviving. Like he is whatever it takes to get him on to the next day. He'll do it. Okay. You gotta take on a little bit of a smegma breath. He'll fucking do it. Okay. It just doesn't matter. This
What
guy
I
is.
do like is his little character arc. Now this kind of gets a little ruined because he just joins Negan anyways. But his little like moment with Abraham before Abraham dies, like they hug it out and they make up, you know. And then Eugene is supposed to like drive the RV away because he's taking one for the team. You know, he's trying to distract them while they.
Yeah.
I liked that a lot. That meant so much between Abraham and Eugene. That was big.
Him joining Negan is the only case where I felt like it was kind of like a plan for him. Like he joined Negan on purpose, not just because he needed to survive. You know what I mean? I don't know, just great. Like
I think if Rick lost, he would be completely okay just hanging out at the Savior's
100%.
place.
Don't get me wrong. He definitely would have. But I mean, like, I think it's the only instance in Eugene's arc where I feel like that was maybe not to the T, but planned.
Yeah.
To like join up with Negan, and at
Jack
some
Sparrow
point,
that shit where he had like
Yeah.
a little bit of an idea and like he just like went for it.
but But I'm not giving you any more credit. That's the only instance that I'm gonna give him. He's a little fucking rat.
I mean, he deserved to get shot by Abraham when he spilled the
Oh,
beans. They even talk
yes.
about how they got like entire groups killed because of their plan to go to, like, it wasn't just Abraham and Rosita. They had multiple groups of survivors prior to Rick's group that they met up with, going on this long ass journey. I think since Texas, like this entire journey.
Something crazy. It is a whole fucking journey they went on.
He's responsible for multiple deaths, at least multiple. Just because he wanted to survive, just for a lie. He just had people protect him.
But I don't think I take that away from him when
No.
it comes to character-wise.
Great character.
He's quite perfect in the character he played. Honestly, I would even say maybe yeah, not even quite. He's perfect. The role that he played and the way he played it, it's exactly how I'd imagine a Eugene like himself.
He reminds me of Alan from the Hangover movie, but like without.
I hate to see it, to say it, that he's probably the higher ranked character of that group just because of how well he played his part.
Yeah. Do you think he
Like,
could have gaslit Rick?
Oh, 100%, guarantee it. There's something about his face, as punchable as it is also believable. Like,
Yeah.
that's something I feel like
Yeah,
Joffrey couldn't pull off. Like, the bro could not look me in the eyes and lie to my face and probably get away with it, but I feel like Eugene could lie to my face and probably get away with it.
Yeah.
There's something about him that I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I could hold him to a standard of above Terra.
Yeah. Yeah.
I maybe seem a little bit of a wild take,
No.
but
Character-wise, that makes sense.
yeah, I definitely believe it because he's so good, so good. As much as I want to hate on the fucking shithead, but so good. Oh, this guy fucked Rosita too, didn't he?
Yeah, he's an F. He's the whole reason why Carl got killed. Fuck him.
I'll have him beneath Jadis. I love her character.
Fuck him. I don't got anything to say. He just dies too, right? The whole reason why
If I
Carl
remember
got
correctly-
bit. Carl saved this fucker. Carl got bit, and the very next season, he dies to a whisper, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he does.
God, it's so dumb. Such bad writing. Alright.
Yes, again.
How do you think about these villains? I like Beta more, by the way. I don't know about Alpha, but I like Beta. Did he pass out?
Sorry. I'll have you know, Beta is the top of the list when it comes to little cucks, okay? I do like Beta more. He's more evil than Alpha is, maybe in some opinions. Alpha is weak because she truly does see the lightness of her daughter sometimes, but is also still just the equivalent to an evil little bitch.
Yeah. Is
My
that...
I brought it up earlier. So if we're talking in the parts of seasons 1 through 9,
Yeah.
it's hard to hold these two any higher than maybe even where Lydia even is, because like we don't get much on them. I think I would, if we were talking like seasons 10 on top of that, I could hold Beta easily, like maybe somewhere in the B's. The only problem is Beta technically isn't even seen all that often throughout season 9.
I was just about to ask. I don't remember. Like, when did we see him in season 9? I don't even remember.
I think we see him a little bit, and I think we even technically see him in the killing of Jesus or Jesus or whatever the fuck his name is. I could have swore. I might be wrong.
I don't remember any scene that he's in season 9.
I know for sure we see Alpha because Lydia talks with her mother again at some point in time. Like, she like returns to their camp or whatever the fuck it is, and she talks with her mom, and her mom basically disowns her or whatever it is. So maybe I can hold Alpha at like a very low B. I could probably hold her higher because I do she has more of a fleshed out character than even Beta. Beta is more just straight up evil. Like Beta's fucked in the head. Uh,
I love like I love the whole dynamic of like what would a celebrity do in the apocalypse? Like what if everyone knows your face? You know? And
I really like that idea. Yeah,
I love that. I love
I
that so much.
I think what attracts me to Beta a little bit more though is like he really it's as funny as I joke about it, he really is just a little cuck boy. Like that's all he fucking is. That's like his role throughout the entire, even in season 10. Like his role is just to be this little douchebag that'll never get what he truly wants. And sadly that's just how he dies. He dies never getting what he truly wants. But in Alpha's case, she shows, how do I describe it? I wouldn't even call it remorse because she's still evil as all hell. But she definitely shows a little bit of it towards her daughter in the end. But still continues to be like, I've got to do this for my group, for my people. Which kind of hold a little bit of respect for her in a way, as fucked up as she is in the head. Because in the long run, if I remember anything between their conversation, it's like Alpha being like, you can't be with these people. These people are different. These people are weird, is kind of the way she puts it. And then Lydia's like, but I want to be normal. Don't you understand? Like, I'm not. We're not.
We're fucking weird, Mom.
that was when she kind of got outcasted, and she returned to the kingdom. She returned to the kingdom anyways, and that's what led to the whole kidnappings and the killings and everything. And the official, like, oh, this is where the perimeter is. This is where our lines cross. But like I said, it's really hard to hold them any higher besides this season that we see them in when it comes to 1 through 9.
Yeah.
I think I would hold Beta ahead of Alpha if season 10 was included.
Yeah.
That's really hard to do though. Like I'm on the boundaries of just simply like going
I'm okay
this
with that.
and this. Just because season 10 is technically not included in this.
Yeah.
If we had season 10, like I said, I could easily hold them higher.
Mm-hmm. I really like Beta. I don't know. Like I don't know much about Alpha. I don't really know her that much.
I'm gonna have to go rewatch season 10 or something like that if I want to know more about Beta. I mean about Alpha, because I know she has more afterwards with her daughter and everything after the kidnapping. I just, for the life of me, could not remember it off the top of my head right now.
I think Beta aesthetically badass. Like this, like
I know Beta's
7-foot
death
monster.
Beta's death scene is kind of badass because like Beta doesn't die because of a 1-on-1 fight. Beta dies because I'm pretty sure he has to like 1v2 fucking Daryl and Negan. Yeah. Like it's not easy to take this fucking monster down.
Also, Negan recognizes his face when he pulls off the fucking mask, and Negan's like, "What the fuck?" It's also cool that in the world we hear his music as well, like as a country singer. Like somebody's playing his music in the background a couple of times. It's kind of cool.
But it is pretty cool. I feel like both the characters are pretty cool, but like I gotta stick to the theme of seasons 1 through 9. I feel like they could definitely be held higher.
Yeah.
But under that, there you go. This is the fucking little kid of what's her fucking face.
He gets his entire family killed.
I'll just hold him to this equivalent as his fucking brother, dude. Fuck him.
Yeah. I met this guy, the guy who plays this character. He's cool. He's a real cool guy.
This guy.
He is part of the kingdom, and I liked him because he was trying to get the war kicked off because nobody in the kingdom wanted to fight, but he really wanted
they were all
to.
pacifists there.
Yeah, and he really wanted to kick things off, and eventually it got I forgot his little name, but the kid that Morgan was looking after during that time, I think his name was Ben or something like that, who was training the arts of the way of the Jedi. It gets him killed actually, but it does spark off the war on the kingdom side, so it does. The morals are a little shady there, but he does kick off the war. But he does
the job done.
I think Morgan kills him for that actually. But I thought it was interesting. I thought it was really like the most interesting part of the kingdom side of it all. Besides that, he's kind of he goes out pretty quickly.
I don't remember this guy, but I don't want to rank him really low. He probably holds a higher purpose than I think. I think I'll put him at the same level as the fucking
Yeah, that
dude
looks about
there.
right.
This guy I remember.
Jerry,
This guy.
fucking Jerry.
Fucking love Jerry, dude. Jerry's a G.
Jerry, I don't know how he stays so happy all the time, man. He's such a happy guy.
He doesn't die for quite some time for Mercury. He doesn't die till the very end, I thought.
Does he actually die?
I thought he did. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have swore he died in the very end.
Oh,
Maybe he doesn't.
I remember him having a wife. He gets a wife at one point. He's just a happy little guy.
I thought I saw a scene with him dying in the very, very end.
Jerry would be my go-to apocalypse companion. Like, I just need somebody that's just happy 24/7 to keep my spirits up.
He played a very outside character role, I feel like, in my opinion, until leading up to season 9 or second half of season 9, whatever the fuck it is. Because no, he played a little bit more of a role then. He was more involved in, like I told you earlier, the movie theater when they were trying to get the fucking light bulb for the movie theater.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, he did a lot there. Besides that episode, I don't think he did much more besides just being a happy, jolly guy.
He's mainly like a comic relief. He's happy guy.
It's really hard to hate on the guy. I'd be disrespectful to put him in D tier.
No. He does his purpose well.
I wanna put him at the end of D tier, C tier, just because these three characters, like I said, they hold far more purpose in the season afterwards, and it feels weird even bothering ranking them.
Yeah. All right.
The fuck's this bitch?
All right. These two right here, these two sisters, they are they're great. They should be not crazy high, but decently up there. They hold probably a highlight for me from season 4. Like their whole plot line is horrifying. That first one right there, I don't know if you remember, but she's a little messed up in the head. She's not all there. And she doesn't understand that the walkers are dead and they're zombies. But her sister, she does understand, and she constantly tries to tell her, like, explain how things are with her sister, and eventually it gets to the point where, there's no psychiatrists around here. There's no, you can't put your kids to a doctor during this time, and it gets to the point where things become dangerous, and that sister kills her sister. It's horrifying. Because she thinks that she'll just come back alive. She's like, don't worry, she'll just come back alive. Just wait. It's so fucking horrifying. And Carol's like, just look at the flowers, and she has to put down this girl. This girl who doesn't even understand. She doesn't even understand that, like, what she did was wrong. Like, it's oh my god.
I remember now.
I've had fever dreams about that episode, dude. It's so tragic. The girl just did not understand. That's all it was. She just needed help. She just needed a doctor.
It held a sense of story. It's a story I can get behind. It's a story I kind of appreciate, which is why I think they should go C tier. Yeah. Maybe right on the brink of, like, characters in which that just kind of died for a reasoning, and then characters that there. That died for a reasoning, and characters that kind of had their own purpose.
That was that whole like story arc was a highlight for me. It was horrifying. This poor little girl.
I have found out that this is indeed Henry.
Gotcha.
Obviously Henry, I think he was in the season beforehand as well. Because he was in season 8. I might be wrong. but held zero importance, obviously, because he was too young. But I don't know how I feel about him. Like, I feel like
I don't remember him until he
he
died. I don't.
he played the most typical role of like a fairy tale prince that's like that knows he's gonna be king. You know what I mean? I don't want to make too many connections because it's called the kingdom and all, but like that's kind of like the vibe he gives me sometimes.
I checked out because I felt like they were just trying to replace Carl, and I was like, "Why the fuck did you kill off Carl?"
I can see
Because he
where
tried
you're going
hooking up
with
with
that.
the girl, right?
Yeah,
Like, they had
yeah.
a crush together. I'm like, "You're supposed to be hooking up with Carl, all right? Carl's dead. All right, who the fuck are you?"
Yeah, I can see that. But at the same time, like I said, I really got this like fairy tale sense, and it
Interesting.
bugged me. Like they're like obviously had a tragic ending, like he dies, but it felt like they were aiming for this weird fairy tale ending that I didn't really like.
Interesting.
What I can like is he was as optimistic as the psychopath father who shouldn't have been as optimistic in the situation, but he was.
That fucking
I don't, you know, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the character. I hold him like a D tier.
Yeah.
And that isn't me just rushing this because he's the last character. I just seriously didn't really like him all that much.
I
hold him
remember
to the same levels of Enid in her case, but at least Enid had more to her story besides this dumb fuck who just like wanted to bang.
I am very satisfied with that.
There is nothing more to the story because I mean he died, but I think I'm extraordinarily satisfied with this list. Honestly, to be with not even me being drunkenly stupid, I'm satisfied with this
I
list.
am very happy with this.
There are obviously some characters. If I were accounting for other seasons or other shows, I would hold far much higher.
We're stupid, Winner. We come.
Are we?
I figured out there. Remember that one girl that we could not place in the Game of Thrones tier list?
Yeah.
We forgot fucking Gilly, Sam's girlfriend.
Fuck!
We completely
You're right. That's probably who the bitch was. Oh my gosh!
Well, I
These
even-
retards are like.
I
These
even
guys are
mentioned
fucking
her a few
stupid.
times in the fucking.
We mentioned her more than a few times. Every time we brought up Sam, we mentioned her. We never said her name, but we always mentioned her, like his girlfriend or where the fuck her whatever she was to him.
I was editing it and I was like, holy, it just dawned on me. I'm like, we are fucking retarded. Well, the picture they used did not look like Gilly whatsoever. Like, I don't even recognize. It looked like some Lannister bitch, and I was like, that does not ring a bell.
When was she? What the fuck? Let me go to my. Hold up.
It was
That's the wrong thing.
one of the. It was at. She was at the tail end of. Hang on, where is she? By the cat on F tier.
F tier.
F tier.
Why is this thing so fucking whack? I just wanted to zoom in, you piece of shit.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. F tier. Oh, it is her! Oh my. We're so stupid.
Yeah, we're retarded. We're very dumb.
We're actually retarded. I wasn't even intoxicated that night.
I still haven't cracked the other ones that we never figured out, though. I don't know who the fuck they are.
There's like a good fucking, like, everybody in between her and, well, the cat, obviously, I just threw down here because I didn't give a fuck. But anybody in here besides the Night King, like, well, we don't know who the fuck it is.
That whole. Well, no, I did tell you about the wildling guy with all the scars, but you just threw him down there.
I don't
without
remember
a
why
second
I threw him there.
thought. You didn't give a shit about that guy.
Guy, he didn't hold any importance to me.